I wanted to let you all know that we are not in the Senate Chambers because of the anticipated increase in involvement that we foresaw. So the first thing on our list, or on our agenda, is call to order. Senator Sylvia Abdul-Noor Present. Senator Krishna Armando. Present. Senator Traylon Bradley Bowles. Here. Senator John Bell. Here. Senator Fabian Escobedo. Present. Senator Ali Isle. Present. Senator Jackie Jacoby. Present. Senator Medina Jamal. Present. Senator Colette King. Present. Senator Delaney Koenig. Present. Senator Priscilla Gray. Present. Senator Jason Ramirez. Present. Senator Herman Senga. Present. Senator Summer Schaefer. Present. Senator Katrina Zeka. Present. President Pro Tempore Devin Suazo. Present. Personnel Director Ashley Morano. Elections Director Stephanie Rose. Present. Outreach Director Jessica Arquitas. Here. Senator Secretary Ardelia Chokri. Parliamentarian Lauren Singh. Acting Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs, Ranjit Nair. Vice President of External Affairs, Abraham Bobon. Present. Vice President of Finance, Irish Young. Present. Acting President, Fernando Chavarria. Present. Acting Executive Vice President, here. Marketing and Promotions Director, Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Are there any motions to amend the agenda? Senator Colette King.
I move to place, thank you. I move to place LRC before public forum.
Placing LRC before public forum. I'll take the motions in order. VP of Finance, Irish Young.
I move to add Finance Committee under committee reports.
Moving to add Finance Committee under Finance Reports. Under Committee Reports. Any other motions on the table? Do I have a second for these amendments?
Second.
Senator Jackie Jacoby. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstain? Okay. With a motion of 1501, this motion passes. Next item on our agenda is approval of the Senate meetings. As usual, we will pass the minutes from the meetings number 20 and 21. I'll start off with passing them to my left. Please look over these minutes and make sure that everything is accurate and sign your name in the back. Next item on the agenda is ex officio reports. Any ex officios in the gallery are welcome to come up and report to us in such close proximity.
'Officio for Raza Assembly, CSB. First, I'd like to invite you guys to participate in Raza Grant. It's the 43rd annual. The registration ends this Friday. It's a $125 package, 15 tickets, a Sarape sash, commemorative book, which has bios and dedications. And adding on that, there'll be a fundraiser to help fund that tomorrow at Okodawa from 5 to 9 p.m. Okay, and also CSB would like to invite all of you, ASUCR, to the gallery, to 21st annual Juegos Aztlán softball tournament. And that's on Sunday, May 31st. It's $50 per team, $10, 10 persons per team, and it's co-ed. So as of now, there's like 2 teams registered. So I'd like to invite ASUCR and maybe you guys could form a team. And that's an opportunity for staff, faculty, alumni, students, community to all come together and network and have fun. Okay. So Boled is having their banquet, Keeping Dreams Alive, and it's raising dollars for scholars. It's to fund scholarships for undocumented students. The price per seat is $20 per student and $200 for a table and person. More information on the undocumented student programs. And lastly, CSP is grateful for the passage of Highlander referendum. I know myself, a student, staff, we're just very grateful that everyone supported that. Thank you.
If there are any more ex officios present in the gallery, you're more than welcome to come up to address the Senate. Okay. Seeing none, the next item on our agenda is public forum. LRC as it was amended. Devin Plaza.
Hi everyone, thank you all for coming. So I have 2 items on my report tonight. We'll go ahead and start with a presentation from ASA. If you all are ready, if you have a presentation prepared, and then we'll move into the legislation after that.
This little presentation on the divestment bill from the
Yeah, you can press the next one. Okay, great. So the legislation that we're presenting today is to not only raise awareness about the Armenian genocide, but also seeking necessary recognition and reparations for the violation of human rights that were inflicted on the Armenians. So 2 years in a row, Senate has passed a resolution called the Armenian Genocide Recognition. And so this is different in that we are calling to action an actual divestment of investments within Turkey. This is also holding the Republic of Turkey responsible for the perpetuation and denial of the Armenian genocide. And it's holding UC Riverside and the UC region accountable for unethical and ethical investments of students' tuition. You can go to the next slide. So we just want to make you aware that this is not a targeting legislation to any specific group of people, culture, language, religion, or any students on campus. This is not a smear campaign against Turkey, just the realization of a violation against human rights. So first we're going to going to go into the definition of genocide. Then we're going to outline the Republic of Turkey's denial and perpetuation of the Armenian genocide. And then we have some citations of specific UC investments in the Republic of Turkey totaling to $70 million and how this affects the UC system as a whole. And this is Seto.
Hello, my name is Seto. I'm going to give a brief history on the Armenian genocide and I'm going to define genocide. So in the January 1915, the New York Times reported that Tayyip said there was no room for Christians in Turkey, and by the end of March, Turkey began to forcefully disarm the Armenian population, including those in the Ottoman army. On April 25, 1915, Tayyip ordered that the Armenian intellectuals in the empire be gathered and executed. This was done as a strategy to rid the Armenian people, who would soon be marched into the desert and murdered, of their leaders and cultural figures, leaving the people without hope. Women were raped, children saw their parents, grandparents, and siblings murdered before their eyes. Unborn children were ripped out of their mother's wombs. Thousands were left as orphans with no homes or relatives. According to the United Nations, genocide is defined as an act committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. According to Gregory Stanton, the president of Genocide Watch and Research, professor in genocide studies at George Mason University, the eighth and final stage of genocide is the denial of genocide. The Ottoman Empire is immorally responsible for the atrocious acts against the Armenian people, and the Republic of Turkey continues to commit these acts by denying the genocide and destroying sacred Armenian religious sites that belong to Armenia. Under Article 3.1 of the Turkish Penal, Turkey also violates human rights by not allowing people to speak their mind, by prosecuting journalists who speak their opinions regarding the wrongdoings of their own government. Taner Akam, a Turkish journalist, you can go to the next slide, please. One more. And one more. Taner Akam, a Turkish journalist and chair in genocide studies at Clark University, writes, education is extremely centralized in Turkey. All issues, including setting policy, the administration, and content of education, are implemented by the national government. He also illustrates the propaganda in his own government by saying that the textbooks in Turkey characterize Armenians as incited foreigners who aim to break apart the state and the country. Turkey is also guilty of the murder of Hrant Dink, who is the editor-in-chief of the bilingual Turkish-Armenian newspaper Agos, and wrote an article which noted the word genocide. In retaliation, the Turkish government executed him while being prosecuted for violating Article 301, which states the word genocide denigrates Turkishness. The Turkish government also disregards gender equality. President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, at the Conference on Women's Rights in Ankara, stated that you cannot make women and men equal. This is against nature. How can a public university that is well known for advocating equal opportunity for all types of gender, race, and sexual preferences invest in a country that supports discrimination? The University of California Riverside should divest all financial credibility from the Republic of Turkey and refrain from making any further investments because they are guilty of present-day human rights violations and the denial of Armenian genocide. The investment in the Republic of Turkey implements in government to continue to deny justice for the Armenian people and then insult the Armenian students for endorsing the killings of 1.5 million of their own people for their tuition costs. Divesting from the Republic of Turkey makes Turkey responsible and thus urges them to accept their past and present malicious acts of injustice.
So there's 4 UCs that have already passed this divestment from Turkey. UC Davis, UCI, UCLA, and Berkeley. You can go to the next slide. So recently, on February 27th this year, a bill called AB 1410 passed in the state of California. For decades, the state of California has passed a resolution that recognizes the Armenian genocide. But this year, they called for a divestment against Turkey, which is different from the resolution they pass every year. So not only are they recognizing the Armenian genocide, and not only are they recognizing that Turkey has violated human rights, but now they're calling to action that the United States should actually move from Turkey by representing California as a state in this calling.
Okay, so just to summarize what Colette and Seppo said, and to persuade you guys into voting yes on this divestment bill, there's two main reasons why this bill is important. First of all, as Seppo said, the Turkish government is an avid violator of basic human rights. For example, they imprison journalists who speak out against the government, and they also censor their academia greatly, like they teach the incorrect history and so on and so forth. Secondly, the Turkish government is an open denier of the atrocities committed against the Greek, Assyrian, and Armenian people in the early 20th century. So, that being said, and as the great-grandson of a genocide survivor, I believe it's in the best interest for the UCR Senate to vote to pass the divestment bill. Because if you guys believe in human rights, if you guys believe that atrocities like the Armenian genocide should never happen again, it's very important that we vote to pass this divestment bill and push it forward towards the UC region. And that's pretty much all we have to say. So please vote from your heart and whatever you guys feel is the right thing to do. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you.
Are there any comments that anyone would like to discuss before motions are made? Vice President of External Affairs, Abraham Levon.
I move to pass the resolution.
Is there a second?
Really quick, there was a change that LRC overlooked, but it's let it be further resolved instead of to let it finally be resolved clauses. So the second to last clause is further instead of finally. I highlighted it. So if that's a friendly amendment.
Okay, yeah, that would be considered as a friendly amendment. Were there any other comments? Seeing none, there was a motion on the table. Herman Tega?
I move for a standing vote.
Okay, all those in favor for a standing vote? Was there anyone who was willing to second the motion to have a standing vote? Seconded by Senator Colette King. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstain? With a vote of 16-0-0, this resolution passes. So we can vote for Okay, so Vice President of External Affairs, Abraham Levon, had a motion on the table to pass this resolution, and Senator Colette King, did I see that you were seconding this motion?
Yes, I'm seconding that.
Okay. All those in favor, please stand up. All those opposed, please stand up. And abstain. With a motion of 16-0-0, this resolution. President Pro Tempore Palazzo.
Okay, so next on my committee report is the GCAP committee bylaws. There were a few changes added by the committee, mostly including summer powers, and we had a couple questions that came up after the representative was present. So maybe if Brandon or Fernando, if you could answer the questions regarding summer powers. We were wondering if the old GCAP would be continuing through the summer, or if the new GCAP committee would be appointed that would function under the summer powers, if that's something you're able to answer. Yeah, okay, so there's summer powers added to the bylaws, but would a new committee be appointed to work over the summer and continue through the year? Are there any questions about the changes?
Senator Delaney Honet.
I move to pass these bylaws.
There's a motion on the table to move to pass these bylaws. Can I get a second? Senator Sylvia Abdul-Noor. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstained? With a vote of 16-0-0, the GCAP bylaws pass.
And, sorry. I just wanted to announce really quickly, the last day to submit legislation will be May 22nd at 5 p.m. to my email. If there are any committee bylaws that you want to review for the year, or if there are any other resolutions or things you'd like to bring forward for the last Senate meeting, May 22nd would be the last day to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pro Tempore. Next item on the agenda is public forum. I'd like to present a friendly reminder to the Valley to please maintain order. Everyone here in this room has equal opportunity to voice their concerns, and not everything is pertaining to elections. ASUCR is still a functioning body, and we're all here to still address other needs that the students bring forth to the Senate. I would like to remind you all, unfortunately, that we will eject members of the galley or the galley as a whole if there is disruption, and there are administrators present and will report students to student conduct if they deem that necessary. If anyone would like to come forward to address the Senate, please do so now. And before speaking, please state your name for the purpose of the minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. So tomorrow, our food pantry is going to have an event. It's the can wrap competition, as I've been coming out and talking about to the Senate meetings and other organizations. We have a few orgs that are participating in a cluster of orgs, I guess you would say. It's going to happen tomorrow from 1 to 2. So if you're interested in volunteering, we would need volunteers an hour before and then an hour after the event. So from 12 to about 3 to set up and then clean up and whatnot. So it should be a fun event. And then also next week, we will be having the distribution of that food for students in need. So I will be having a flyer come out very soon to send out to the student population. The event will be out by family housing, so going towards like the police station. So if just in case you or somebody you know is in need of assistance, please let them know that that's going on next Thursday from 1 to 4. And then for that event, we will also need volunteers. So I have a website. I'm going to add the link to our food pantry page on Facebook, so people can add their names and whatnot. Yeah, that's about it. So thank you. Oh, my name is Thank you.
Thank you.
our representatives taking steps to like confront real issues like that building this has organizing and stuff. So it's a bummer to have to talk about issues now.
Put it a little bit farther from the face.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
It's what?
But okay. Guess I was prepared. I have defended the validity of the video evaluation report I submitted to the Judicial Council and Elections Committee, and I will continue to do so for as long as it is being contested, because anything less would not only be negligent on my part, but would be tantamount to the tacit compliance with the obstruction of justice being attempted by a certain group who falsely and with only its self-interest in mind discredits the video in spite of it already having been given sufficient evidence prior to being governed. With this being said, it seems as though this party would not be satisfied to let individuals in the video whose identities have tried to be cast out in the open and no will of their own becoming involucrated in these invidious proceedings. These individuals had only the intention of helping their friends and were manipulated to committing actions that must skew the result of the election in favor of a party that would now like to see these same supporters essentially thrown into the spotlight for all to see and for us to blame onto, as has already happened, and I'm saddened and ashamed to say. Everyone, perhaps especially those in our voice who know that they ran a clean campaign and only ever had the interest of the student body in mind, everyone needs to be upset at what has happened during our elections. But rather than concentrate on any form of vengeance or harboring personal anger against any individuals or groups, we should all channel our anger into preventing deplorable instances of corruption like this from occurring now, wherever we are occurring. But before we can do that, the party that committed the corruption needs to own up and take responsibility for the violations that their party as a whole is responsible for, and stop looking for scapegoats. In the video I submitted, you can clearly hear the main laptop say, vote for all the ones that say our voice. And when every member is benefiting from corruption, every member must be held accountable. And if they do not have the courage to do it themselves, they come up here and admit to their wrongdoings, whether committed with ill intent or not. I cannot see how they can still have the audacity to claim that they in any way deserve to serve as leaders in any capacity. And resultingly, the burden must fall upon those who currently hold office within ASUCR, and every one of us here tonight, to hold this irresponsible party accountable. Not only that, but we as a student body must all hold ourselves accountable for creating an atmosphere where democracy and diplomacy can thrive. And in order to do that, we must all collectively commit ourselves to acting with integrity, respect, and most importantly, compassion toward all of our fellow students, who despite their different views and feelings regarding the ridiculousness currently taking place, all share the same struggles not only against an educational system that currently is not effectively ensuring the well-being and prosperity of its students as it should, but against much larger, more devastating problems like global warming and California drought and very few. But how can we have any hope of at any point in time confronting those much more pressing issues in any meaningful way if we can't even deal with this one tiny critical problem we're facing today? We all need to stop placing blame and pointing fingers, because just as it is stated from the ASUCR Constitution that all graduates pay their quite honestly exorbitant fees are members of ASUCR, all of us here who fall under that description must make our voices heard, voice the truth, and back together in order to uphold the values and ideals which constitute the only hopes we have in making any meaningful change on this campus. Thank you.
Okay, so this is an introduction, I guess. I feel a little second year political science major. I'm just here to express my extreme disappointment with the Judicial Council's ruling. It was I believe that it was understood that all three of them were supposed to meet, and only two of them met for most of the meeting. I'm not going to be as smooth as I'd like because I'm just very frustrated right now. And I would also like to mention that I remember reading the Constitution, and it said something about the Judicial Council fighting conflicts of interest. This appeal is a textbook example of a conflict of interest. When you appeal a non-biased ruling, as dealt by from the Elections Committee, on the basis of, there wasn't enough evidence. Well, I'm sorry, that's just bullshit. I mean, you can ask everyone involved yourself. This video is very real. If you want to talk to me outside, I'll tell you. I'll even show you proof that this video is real. I actually do have proof in the form of a Facebook message thread. So it's timestamped. Everything is coordinated, in terms of how it all happened. Everything that happened in real life. So anybody trying to say the video is fake, check your facts. It isn't fake. I'm not as eloquent as I would like to be because I'm pretty much improvising everything I say, but long story short, don't cheat.
Hi everyone. Before I start, I might go over the time limit if there's one. So if I run out, okay, cool. Okay. If there is I want someone to make a motion, please. Alright. So today I'm not here to ask for a re-election. I'm not here to ask for a re-election. Why? Because it's not unfair to us, students of the working class community. I've been here before speaking on behalf of the students of the working class community because that's something that I'm part of, right? Students who are the working class community do not have the time or the energy or the money, or we're not experienced in quote-unquote grassroots organizing, also known as asking your parents for money. We're not skilled in that grassroots organizing, so we won't stand a chance, I'm assuming, because we don't have the resources to do that. What I am here to ask for is to invalidate the justice's appeals. One, because it was not fair. The meeting was not made public. They did not invite any single person who filed a violation or an appeal to speak. On an email that I have here, they told me that it was something about he says, she says, but I don't know how they can make that argument when they never actually heard what he or she or they had to say. So they never invited anyone. Their argument is, we're volunteers, this is not a paid position. I am sure that many students here who are not friends with the former president would love to be in their position. But they don't have that, the network or whatever it may be, or the whole it doesn't matter what you know, but who you know thing. They don't have that network, so they were not able to do that. I'm sure that many other students would love to be in their positions. Two, they keep on arguing that that they're a completely different group than with the judicial ones, but they're not. They keep on making these arguments back and forth to make the Senate feel guilty or something for doing their job. One was fired for not completing their job as they did in the Constitution. The other one was fired, was let go because information was leaked. And we all know. Another thing, there's clear evidence of bias. When I asked the Senate, when I asked the justices in an email for how many appeals were given to our voice or any candidate in their party, and they refused to answer my question. I keep on asking how many appeals were given to them. That way we know, because we want transparency, right? But as they have mentioned, there's no transparency at all. For now, I'll pass out these the emails that I'll back and forth with Justice Simon Ho. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce. I don't know. Simon. But yeah. All right. Cool. So what I'm here to ask again is for there's more. It's like the same copy. So you just pass it around. And for them, I took time to do the commentary. They kept on saying that there was lack of communication, and they know that. But they knew that, and they could have done something about it when it first started. And here's the email that they sent to us, the candidates, if you guys want to read it. I don't know if y'all have this email that they sent. Something about their meeting for 30 minutes. And even if all three candidates all justices were there, I still don't have any faith in them. They would have still not done their job, and they would have still given them the appeals. I'm actually not surprised that the appeals were given. I was surprised that they were disqualified. Because like Johnson said, nothing ever gets done. And if the justices actually follow what they say, I was disqualified last year and I suffered the consequences for my mistakes, then they would have done it the same year. Last year they keep on telling me it's in the bylaws, it's in the bylaws, it's in the bylaws. And I was so mad for being disqualified. And a year from now, I look back, it was good that I was disqualified. I had the time to reflect. I was able to work under a different office. And it may be for the senators that were disqualified. I'm not asking, don't be angry at us. Be angry at your leadership. They know what they did. Ask Senator Kat Tate. She knows what volunteers did it. She was there. She knows what volunteers did it. And I'm telling you, I'm here because
sorry, do you mind addressing all comments to the chair?
Alright, so for those who are not looking at me, and behind me, but I'm looking at the chair. Don't be mad at these don't be mad at the chair or don't be mad at the Senate or anyone. Be angry at your leadership for allowing this to happen. Allowing this, and sadly we were only able to catch a few instances, Chair. But there were a lot more instances that we were not able to catch. One, because a lot of students are really shy. How are you able to approach students who are laptoping and you're a shy person, even when I took a picture of someone, I was shaky. I was like, and I feel like I'm not a shy person. You know, I was still really shaky going up to someone and taking a picture of them, you know, or recording them, or whatever it may be. There was some of the appeals that for us never went through were there's not enough evidence. One, we did not see their face. Where I did see their face, and I took pictures of that. Then they're like, oh, we don't have enough evidence. We don't have a picture of the screen. So what do they want? What is enough evidence? You know, justice needs to be served, and it's such a paradox that the justices are not serving any justice. But we need to make sure that this happens now. And sad, I want to work with you all. I want to work with them. But I wouldn't mind losing. If ASUCR would have won, I mean, I would have been disappointed myself, but I would have been chill. You know, like they won, but that didn't happen. You know, and so Chair, I ask you and the Senate to please make sure to invalidate those appeals that were made a few minutes or whatever hour, whatever, because we don't know because of the lack of transparency. We don't know because of the lack of transparency, quote unquote, on their party people. The transparency is not a holy grail. And to finish this, I don't know if you're all aware, Chair, I don't know if you're aware, but we had a meeting yesterday that nobody knew about. They already had the first Senate meeting. Why was no student invited? They were going to elect their Senator Pro Tem to make sure that they're validated, Chair. They want to make sure that they're a valid Senate. But, you know, how can they become a Senate when they're already starting off by being shady? You know, when nobody knows about that meeting, when we find out because of our friends who were elected, then that's some lack of transparency, and that's a lot of shade. You know, and they held their meeting in the smallest room possible for them not to have anyone there. You know, had I known about the meeting, I would have formed some action. You know, I would have never let you speak like you didn't let them speak. Because that's not how a democracy looks like.
Thank you. As a friendly reminder for everyone else that's waiting to speak in public forum, please address all comments to the chair. And also don't forget to state your name for a minute. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dylan O'Neill, and I'm a second-year engineering major. So I have two questions. First, is it possible to vote twice on one device?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So then, if you have to sign in to vote or even to log into our school's network. Why? Okay, so I came here. Sorry, I'm pretty bad at phrasing. Okay, so when I was reading the paper, one of the justices said that there was no objective way to find out if someone's not talking about it. But when you vote, you have to sign in, and not only that, but you have to access the school's network. So if every device that you use has a unique key, then why can't the system administrator just use a few scripting commands, find out all of the devices that voted multiple times, and of course, a few people are going to, have their friends use their laptop or their phone or whatever, and that's fine. But if you find a device that has multiple votes registered to that, how is it hard to find whether or not someone's laptop is? I could do that, and I'm not, and I'm a second
For your computer engineering insight, I saw that elections director Stephanie Rose, and will formulate a speaker's list. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Hi, to answer your question, the elections committee and elections process is run through an outside vendor called Expert. It's a third-party company. They handle all of our voting procedures and everything like that. So I don't actually believe it's possible to go back and trace anything for that matter. I don't know if anyone in pro staff could shine more light on that, but to my knowledge, there's not a way to go back and trace it.
Can that be changed in the future so that we can have an objective way of verifying whether someone's
I can look into that. Yeah. I can recommend it to the next elections director.
All it takes is all it takes is it doesn't even take a person. A person can write an algorithm and just script it so that they can see and list all of the devices that have multiple votes registered to it. You don't need bias or anything, all you just need to look at the law.
Thank you, Dylan. Next on the speakers list is Marketing and Promotions Director, Armenian Foods. Next on the speakers list after Armenian, which your motion is.
Do you mind staying up here?
Dylan, do you mind staying up so the Senate can adjust your question?
You can just stand.
Or
If you could write an algorithm, would you write that algorithm? Because if it's as simple as you say it is, then maybe we can just nip this in the bud, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Alright.
Although I do not have access to our network, so I would have to first get access to our network. I'm fine with that.
I'll find you.
You can pass it up.
Dylan, if you'd like to write your name, email, and send it back after this, and I'll also send all these Next on the speakers list is Senator Jason Ramirez.
So whether that is possible or not, I mean, I'm not 100% sure it is actually. However, I'm not necessarily sure if you'd be able to do that because that might be infringing on my personal information. So yeah, I mean, I think this is something that we can take for the administration maybe at some point, or talk to like maybe like somebody that has more insight like post-fact. However, I just think that might be an issue because I know, I mean, that is a big issue already in terms of privacy and our information.
Yeah. Well, in the case that so every device has one, and you essentially kind of forfeit that when you log into our servers. So you are giving it goes every time you log in, no matter what you do, your key gets like stored in a log, and so there's no personal information, it's already there, and so all you got to do is just sit through it.
If you'd like, I'd be more than happy to be after, and we can discuss this further.
Next on the speaker list is Marketing and Promotions Director, Armenian Foods.
Thank you for coming up and speaking with us. I looked a little bit into Alexis software. The first thing to note though is that I'll into Alexis, the voting software that we use, but it's a third-party software, so first of all, you don't need to sign into the network, you just need to sign into your net ID. The net ID is verified through UCR, and once that's verified, it's redirected to this third-party page. So because of that redirection, that third party that logs the votes doesn't have the IP addresses. That's from our UCR's networks, and that information isn't shared with the next website. So you definitely have a good point in going into the future, we should take steps to fix that. So IPs are documented, but from my current understanding, that was the process in place.
So if that is the case, regardless of who is in charge of that, someone has access to the file, and they're being logged, whether it's on our servers or theirs. And if this is like a hindrance to the actual some sort of investigation on whether someone's laptop or not, then why don't we change that so we can run into this?
I think beyond that, actually, if you want to email me at ASUCR Meeting at ASUCR.edu, I do have to contact our IT department with you and maybe we can find some contact answers.
Next on the speakers list is Vice President of External Affairs, Abraham Balan.
Yeah, I definitely think we should pursue whatever we can to get more information on the matter. We can try to follow up with admin and see if that's a possibility. Also, just so that you know, I've asked Jim Sandoval, and I'm going to be contacting more people to make a more formal request, but I also asked for the video footage from Aberdeen Inverness so that we can see if there was laptoping or not. As far as I know, that's something that can be easily retrieved, and if administration really wants us to get closure on the matter to see if there actually was laptoping or not, I believe that they would be fully willing to help me out with that.
on the speakers list is Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
I was just going to additionally mention, laptoping is also defined as a student feeling coerced to vote, and so it's very difficult to determine whether laptoping occurred based on their votes, because their votes don't necessarily tell you whether the student wanted to vote or whether they were coerced to vote, just a side note. So there are other forms of laptoping that we wouldn't be able to identify through finding the results that you're describing.
But you could find some instances of laptop.
We can talk after and we can try to come up with something. I'm not sure if there's much we can do because of the system that we have with a third party company, but we can look into future procedures as well.
Yeah,
Maybe your email to someone to check.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, awesome.
But regardless of what happened this time, I think it's a shame that what happened. However, I mean, this is 5 years to change the broken policy, so yeah.
Thank you for your comments on next speaker.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sheree Paul. I'm a speaking secretary. I don't know what it's. Anyways, I have two concerns actually. So I passed Orbach Library the other day and I saw a sign that said report to ASUCR if there's any water wastage. Earlier today, I'm sure a bunch of you saw water the sprinklers on for like 15 minutes, like multiple times throughout the day. And I'm sure you all know that there's a drought right now in California. Is there any way that, or do you guys have any jurisdiction over how the sprinkler system works?
Acting President Fernando Chavarria, and we will formulate a speakers list.
It's a second delay.
Cool, so thank you. Sheree, to address your question, ASUCR doesn't have the formal powers to specifically govern the sprinkler usage and when it goes on and when it does not. But in the dude, we go to ground for physical plan. I know that it's been a concern with the Campus Safety Committee as well as several other committees, including the Sustainability Steering Committee that I set on before. And it really is about updating the sprinkler system and having one that is more advanced, that actually knows the weather pattern, so that when we are using the water and the sprinklers do turn on, it's at the most optimal moments during the day. And that's something that we should really be pushing for the administration to really install better infrastructure for the sprinklers. So I think that's a very valid concern, and I will make sure to address it with the appropriate committees. But as Vice Chancellor Jim Sandoval back that we can have a conversation with him, but we can also have a private one-on-one meeting where we can discuss this and see how we can escalate it.
Next person on the speakers list, Marketing and Promotions Director Limited.
Hi, Sheree. Thank you for coming speaking on this issue. I was actually outside today and I had a separate concern about the sprinklers. It wasn't, like today is Wednesday and a lot of student warrants table outside, and for some reason, no one ever received an email or had them link or was communicated to in any form that a lot of the lawn around the bell tower would be draped off. So I saw a lot of students setting up tables only to wait 20 minutes in and then be soaked by the backlash of the sprinklers. And they have very limited space at the table. I know, for example, my club, South Asian Federation, was doing a fundraiser today, and it would have been great to know because an all-day fundraiser, so it would be great if you could get sprinklers to be on everywhere. So thank you for addressing this concern.
Next on the speakers list, Senator Dr. Jacoby.
Hello, Sheree. Hi. So I'm glad that you're here because ASUCR actually passed a resolution quite recently in which we pledged to work with on-campus organizations, departments to combat this water waste problem. Some orgs at campus that help combat the problem as well are CalPERS, and that's something called through Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, you can easily report any kind of instances of water waste directly to the university. Initiatives are fairly new, but I contact either you help a director or other members regarding water waste to get involved with it. Thank you.
Next on the speakers list is Summer Shakers. Senator Summer Shakers, pass.
Okay, I actually had one other point. So I'm actually part of South Asian Federation, as we mentioned before. We had a fundraiser today. I'm sure you all know, or I'm sure you know about the earthquake. Yes. Sorry, I wasn't sure what you were thinking. We had a fundraiser for Nepal earthquake relief. We are selling these really trendy bracelets that say "Pray for Nepal," and 100% of the profit goes directly to relief. So I'm sure next week we will be tabling and passing those out. Just wanted y'all to know. And yeah, they cost $5, but remember that all of the money is going straight to their clothes.
Abraham Belmont.
Yeah, point of personal privilege. I have to go to a PC programs right now for housing where I work, but I will be back within the hour. So,
Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Christina Jackson and I'm second year. Okay, well I'm a second year college science and cultural studies major. Okay. I'm not one for public speaking. If you ask anyone that knows me, I hate it with a passion. I'm nervous coming here to you all, nervous as to the misconceptions or ill-informed opinions I feel already just being associated with our voice. I just wanted to shed some light on the situation from the our voice side. There are reports and accusations, all showering us in a negative light, so I may be nervous, but this is necessary. We focused on getting votes fairly. We did not focus on the violations of our competitors. We were not looking for disqualification of the other party. We were not looking to win by default. And this is not a jab at other parties, but simply a fact. On Friday, I was followed by people I didn't know. I was being filmed and recorded and asked who I was campaigning for while I was talking to students. I put in work, and we all did. You filmed us doing that clean, hard work, submitted to the election committee, and yet the judicial branch overturned the violations because there were no substantive evidence for the allegations of wrongdoing. We were simply looking for justice, a third party to step in unaffected by the results. We went through the process of the appeals. Elections committee threw strikes at us. We appealed to the judicial branch. The appeals went through. Elections director Stephanie Renee Rose knew the process and had the option of calling for a re-election or postponing the results if she thought there were technical errors, but chose to go forward with announcing the results. Only after announcing the results had the elections director, along with the Senate, called for re-election, but only for the part of the ballot where they didn't like the results. What about the recall for the elections and the referenda? We can't pick and choose which results you wanted to be valid and invalid. If there were technical errors or the proper procedures were not followed, the elections director should have called for re-election before finding out the results and should have invalidated the whole ballot. The facts don't lie, so please don't make these baseless accusations because certain people were favored to win more so than others. The student votes are in, and the student votes spoke as to who they wanted to represent them. Last week at Senate Meeting, by association of our voice, I was called an asshole and a cheater by people I didn't even know. I feel as though potential friendships and friendships I had already had been tarnished before they even started. My team and I have been called a multitude of names, more so than any other people with associations of ASUCR. There's a yank tag dedicated to solely our party putting us in a negative light. Not only that, but we have been publicly slandered by our competitors and our integrity was undermined. At this point, the name of the institution at ASUCR is being tarnished as well as the reputations of the people in it. I am an elected senator for the next year to come, and I want to represent all of you. I do want to represent your voice. I'm sorry because you probably all do believe with your whole entire being that we laptop, but I can tell you with full disclosure that no single candidate from our voice did. What can I do to earn your trust and that I am here for you, not for me? We worked hard and fairly. It was not easy. Our limits were pushed, but the Our Voice team gave all our effort.
speaker.
Hi, my name is Oscar and I'm a second year. One thing I'm going to talk about is about elections and then another is not, so bear with me. This is not my statement, this is what I've been forwarded, and the validity of this can be determined by you. These statements have been forwarded to digital with the names. I will not disclose the names here for privacy reasons, but the Senate can request the names. This was written on Monday, April 27th. I was approached, oh, and by the way, I was forwarded this. I was approached by an Our Voice representative in front of Humanities, Social Sciences. I was waiting for discussion to start when the representative approached me to talk about his party and current voting polls. He gave me a brochure representing his party. This confirmed that he was a candidate from Our Voice. He started by asking me if I voted and explained why it was important for the students to vote. I stated that I did not vote. Noticing that I had my phone in front of me, he urged me to get online and vote. He even offered to show me how to vote and used his iPad in order to do so. I felt that I had no choice and went online as he requested. While I was voting, he stated that I should vote for all Our Voice representatives. I did vote the polls, but only for individuals that I knew and felt that they would be assets to ASUCR. I also let him know that I felt I was being pushed to vote. He left after I showed that I was done voting. Another statement was I was voting with another person from Our Voice, a Caucasian male slightly taller than me. We were in front of Sproul around 11 a.m. when we walked up to a couple guys. He asked them if they voted yet, and they said no. So he pulled out his phone and told them that they could vote, that they could just vote now. He told them to just check the boxes for Our Voice without really talking about the party's platform, for any background about the candidates. So I just wanted to read that, but that's not one of the main reasons that I'm here. Another main reason is I know I talked to Ashley. I may have talked to Devin about it as well, about ASUCR funding a undergraduate research grant. I don't know if you have any updates about if you looked into it. Okay, so basically what I was saying is that some majors, especially in CHAS, we have about 1,000 students in economics, one advisor. The research is very tough. We have about 14 faculty members. And so out of those 14 faculty members, about 3 to 4 of them may be assistant professors, and so they may not be looking to take on graduates for research. Let's say 1 or 2 may be on sabbatical. So that takes away about 5 faculty members. It's very hard to get research, and it's one of the reasons why I'm leaving UCR and going to another institution. It's very difficult to get research here, and I've actually been told by faculty that it is wise of me to leave UCR because of it. So I'm wondering if ASUCR would be willing to find some way to put more money into a grant for students who have research ideas, really good research ideas. I've talked to a lot of students, and I think we're pretty smart, so if any of you have any,
Yes, I'm sorry. I saw President Pro Tempore Devin's hand first, and Senator Traylon, you'll go after.
I think we did talk about this briefly, and I had suggested like a task force or a committee that would kind of help connect undergraduate students to faculty members to research, because a lot of students don't know. And I know someone else was mentioning the same thing, so maybe we could work on, I know you're only here for a short amount of time, but we could work on the next few weeks coming up with a task force that could work on finding where this money could come from, and maybe outreach from faculty to students in regards to research opportunities.
I know that the Vice Provost just released an undergraduate research portal, which administration may know more about. But one thing I'm concerned with ASUCR is also funding for undergraduates, because it is pretty nice to have funding going in, talking to a faculty member, and coming in with money.
Senator Traylon?
I know
there is many grant opportunities for research, but I do agree about the econ department. My second major is business economics, and Karen is the only one in there. She does a wonderful job. But I do agree with the aspect about professors with respect to research in econ. In regards to that, many of us who are chat senators here have only a little bit of time left, but this was definitely a project that should be undergone and carried over into the next year by the incoming chat senators, especially those who have relations to the economics department as well, because I definitely agree that this is a very pressing issue in terms of econ.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that I've had faculty that said that you're coming with a handicap applying to graduate school in economics from UCR. Just because, we don't have much faculty, we don't have much research available. It's very hard to get research because of the mathematical skills you may need to acquire research. So having money may be a step towards getting us in the door.
I agree.
Hello everyone, my name is Emily Yang. To start off, I just wanted to say that everything I'm about to share, it's just my experience, my perspective. So I hope that I don't frustrate anyone or anything like that. So over the last 2 weeks, there has been a lot of talk about our voice, about us during elections week, and about me as an adverse candidate. My integrity has been put into question. Other students have constantly been harassing me for answers, and I have been called numerous names. But what hurts the most is to know that I'm innocent of everything that I'm being accused of. It hurts to know that I wouldn't spread malicious lies about any of you or other candidates, especially when I don't have the facts. I am a regular student at UCR. I came into my first year knowing that I wanted to get involved on campus, and that's exactly what I did. I joined a business fraternity my first quarter coming into college. I became a resident advisor, and I am the president of the Professional Fraternity Council. And these are opportunities that I took on regardless how difficult the challenge was. Running for ASUCR, it was almost unrealistic for me because it appeared to be such a large and grand organization. But when action came to me with this opportunity to run, I was shocked, and I was more than enthusiastic and so shocked that to realize that this opportunity was real. I worked hard these past 3 years so that I can have this opportunity to be a part of ASUCR, and it really sucked for this opportunity to be taken away from me, especially because I didn't do anything wrong, especially because I did work really hard with during election week. I cried almost every day because of the amount of stress that were put on us as candidates. And I'm sure I wasn't the only one who was stressed or working really hard, as I know that candidates from PAC and UCR also work really hard. But at the end of the day, if we all work really hard and we all work fairly, why is it that when I got the most amount of votes, this position is being stripped away from me? I'm not here to argue or to point fingers, but I simply just wanted to make my statement. I'm tired of all the back and forth, and I'm tired of all the hatred among us as student leaders when we are all students just trying to be involved and just wanting to make a positive difference on this campus. I also wanted to say that regardless of how intense and how complicated this election process is, I am very, very grateful for the chance to run for ASUCR. Thank you. Okay, sorry, I wrote something that's like last time I got looks at, so I thought it'd be better if I done my film. My name is Armenian. I'm a third-year political science major, and I would like to address the issue that is going on with the verdicts of the justices that happened this past Friday. I would like to begin by stating that I'm not up here to try to win an election by default, but to try to make this election fair. This past Friday, it was declared by the justices that not only 1, but 3 of the violations set forth by the Elections Committee had their appeals approved on the claim that there was not sufficient evidence because you cannot see the person's faces in the video. Although it is clearly stated in the video that these students are endorsing one party. Although I disagree with the decision made because I do believe that there is more than sufficient evidence. Sorry, I took a little bit. There's more than sufficient evidence according to the elections code. Another issue that arises here is the fact that the justices failed to do their job in accordance to the Constitution.
Article 6, Section C indicates that the Judicial Council shall frame, approve, and revise during well-advertised open hearings, rules and procedures for the exercise of its responsibilities. However, although students asked multiple times for the time and location of this meeting, it was never released. It was sent out in an email to the candidates only that this meeting took place Wednesday night and Friday morning. Another discrepancy with this decision is that the justices then failed to inform the candidates about why these appeals were approved until after the announcement of the election results. I am aware that the justices were given special permission by the executive cabinet to meet and make decisions even though they did not meet quorum. However, under the same article, it says that the rules and procedures shall remain separate from the ASUCR bylaws, but remain subordinate to the ASUCR Constitution. However, neither the executive branch nor legislative branch shall be constructed to have any jurisdiction powers over these rules of procedure, meaning that the executive cabinet did not have the power to grant them these amendments to allow the justices to meet. For this reason, I believe that the appeal made by the justices is not in line with what's written in the Constitution and shall be overturned by Senate.
For the next speaker, Tori, I saw a motion by Acting President Fernando Chavarria to close the speakers list. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Shannon Bowles. All those in favor?
The end of the line.
Yes. Wait, no. People given the opportunity to come up and speak. So after all those people that vote now will close. Okay, just to clarify, I believe that the motion that Acting President Fernando Chavarria wanted to make was to close the speakers list after everyone who wants to participate now gets up and does that. And there was a second by Senator Draymond. All those in favor?
Like, is the line still growing?
Alright, now.
Okay.
After that guy.
No more people get in line for public forum is what the Senate is saying. So all of us in favor to close the speakers list with all of those people standing to participate now are number in favor. All those opposed? And abstain?
I have an extra mic.
With a vote of 1401, this motion passes. Next speaker?
1410.
14-1. Okay, apologies. 13-1-1, this motion passes.
Corey Lewis. So I believe the elections director, elections committee, and a number of senators and different parties involved in ASUCR have been using and abusing some of their privileges and power in order to further some of their personal agendas. So I'm not talking about elections if you didn't know that, by the way. There have been numerous and assorted violations of our Constitution and bylaws, slanted so-called interpretations of constitutional language in such a way as to work against members of my party, attacks and outright disrespect of the judicial branch and their decisions, despite the fact that, like as was mentioned, they're not paid, they're impartial third parties, disrespect and attacks on their decisions, and censure of elected and appointed officials for speaking out in some of the ways I feel that institutional power is being leveraged in order to be against my party and my party alone, which is, I think, wrong. This has been compounded by both online and verbal harassment, stalking, name-calling, personal attacks against members of my party. And despite all of this, we still managed to be successful in our campaigning by focusing on the strength of our ideas and values and not making faulty claims in an effort to disqualify the other parties and want the majority of the positions be slated. After multiple unsubstantiated claims of cheating resulted in our disqualification, the judicial branch met with, I believe it was the executive branch, the committee election director, agreeing to grant judicial, in this situation, special powers in order to make those decisions. those decisions were made, and now that the decisions have come out in our favor, it wants to go back and change that despite the fact that it was agreed upon beforehand, and I think that's wrong. I think it's wrong to attack judicialists. Remember, judicialists made the decisions, and to not like decisions when they're not in your favor, I think is just wrong. And I don't think you should be trying to attack judicial or make any overturn of their appeals when judicial decisions are supposed to be final, just because you don't like how it turned out.
Sorry, can everyone please address any comments to the chair?
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Melina. I'm a student at ASUCR. I'm not a candidate. I want to talk about the elections too. I'm probably going to have some trouble speaking to you tonight, not because I am intimidated by you or intimidated to talk in front of all these people, but first of all, I didn't prepare to come and talk to you, but I felt the need to do it, and also mostly because I am really stressed and scared about what's going to be the outcome of this meeting, because you probably know it, it's a really, really important issue. When I arrived here at ASUCR, I arrived in September, so it's only been a year now. And I've met amazing people, and I love this community, and I've had great hopes for this community. And I think a lot of students have a great potential here, and have the potential to do something through ASUCR. And I'm not saying that the people who have been elected right now are bad representatives per se, just because it's not the people I want to see elected. But for me, I'm concerned about the election process and the image that it gives about the selection process and about ASUCR in general, and the precedent that is set here, that you are going to set right now as representatives of the students. I think about all the students who want to run, who want to change something here, who want to change this community and make it better, because it can be made so much better, and who are going to be shy away because they won't believe in ASUCR anymore, and because they won't believe in the election process, and they will only see corruption and lying and cheating, manipulation, pressure, and so on and so forth. What else? So I really hope that as student representatives, you are really going to think about the students and not about your own interests or the interests of the people that you know and that who are your friends. Because for me, clearly, what it shows so far, what everything that happened shows, is only that the people who I'm talking about are not concerned about the student well-being or the student will. They are concerned about their own interests and about being elected and putting this position in their resume and so on and so forth. So I think all of you, as ASUCR senators and representatives, know how much change, what impact you can have on this community, and how important it is to keep ASUCR autonomous and representative and caring about students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jonathan. I'm the second year linguistics major. Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh my god, sorry. Yeah, so I'd like to confirm the accusations that some elected officials were using their power to leverage power to certain political parties. Thank God some of them got censured last week. Can we go back to 3 years ago when the Judicial Council was created? The Judicial Council was created instrumentally to fight against laptopping, which was a huge problem through election cycles ago. As a result, if for a moment we forget the bylaws, if we forget the red tape and we forget all the bureaucracy that's tied up with our ASUCR government and Judicial Council, the Judicial Council has failed at their principal job to stop and to punish laptopping. There is little argument I hear at all about the actual instances of laptopping there at all. Every argument I hear is shoved towards the direction of emotional passives by the accused victimizing themselves, shoved towards language of constitutionality, of Senate partiality, of issues of ASUCR autonomy and other political jargon to distract from the main issue. The fact that there is overwhelming evidence that students have been laptopped. If we go even further, I think Judicial Council this year was set up to fail at their purpose and their job in the first place. It's undeniable that the very appointment of these justices were made not by a full executive cabinet, but they were made with backroom deals, laced with nepotism and for special interests. Council, you of all people know how shady and how problematic these appointments were because they were a huge issue of contention way back in the Senate meetings in January. This is not a third party reviewing these cases impartially. Council, you have the chance to make things right again. It's laughable that the appeals process that the Judicial Council even set up works behind closed meetings without any notice of the meeting at all, without consulting both parties, both the accuser and the appellant. This is not justice. For the accusations of people falsifying evidence or making things up, this could have been avoided if there was any semblance in legitimizing the appeals process, if both parties were brought up in the first place, and the accuser was brought in to substantiate their evidence and to, give evidence. Right now, the current process is basically two people in a closed room decide everything, reversing the decisions that were made through an appointed committee of 14 people in an elections committee. Again, that is not justice. Basically, I'm calling to question on the judicial rulings, again, who have not even made their agenda or meeting minutes public. It doesn't make sense to me that, again, this decision was voted and discussed by the elections committee of like 15 people, and then the results were easily reversed by 2 people. Out of the 3 who were appointed by a meeting of administration, you have elections committee, what have you, to look over these appeals. That is not justice. This is caution with rulings.
So I want to say that a lot of what I've been hearing, either near the horseshoe or on social media or in general, has been things just like not really referring to allegations, but referring to just like the ones that not be criticized. So it's been like, please stop taunting us, please stop criticizing us, please stop bringing this up. I think that's really easy to say when you benefited from cheating and you're in a position where you're poised to win. It's very easy for you to say, please stop talking about this.
Sorry to interject, could you please address all comments to the chair?
They should stop saying this. Secondly, when you're in that position, yeah, it's very easy for you to say that. Second of all, think about it from our position. From our position, we were essentially cheated out of positions that we ran for. So no, we're not going to stop bringing this up until justice is served. So secondly, I want to say that I don't want to point at any people. I don't want to say any people made this decision to cheat, or that I don't want to say it was a whole party. I know plenty of people in the party I'm referring to. They're good friends of mine. There's a lot of people that came up to me, and I came up to them as well to say like, hi, how are you doing? Are you doing well? I have massive respect for a lot of people in their party. However, so that's what I want to say. I don't want to point the blame on anyone. But whoever made the decision to laptop, and it was a lot of people that were laptopping, whoever made that decision, they were the ones that brought this here. They brought the scandal on themselves. So I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here criticizing anyone. They did that to themselves. Next thing is, during elections week, I happened to witness the same person laptopping twice. So I managed to tell a friend this is what laptopping is. I told her what was on my mind going on with elections, and she said if I see laptopping, if it happens to me, then I'll definitely let you know. I'll actually try to get some evidence of it. So she actually found the same person I was talking to, or not that I was talking to, that I saw laptopping, and happened to get an audio recording, which I don't know if it's going to work because it's already unclear because it's on a phone, and it's going to be even more unclear because I'm going to try to put it in the microphone. But if any of you, if it's not that clear, I can definitely send it to anyone who asks for it. Please do ask me for it. The best part is I think if it works, then a lot of people will probably recognize the person's voice. He's not here, unfortunately. I want him to hear it. Sorry. And again, if it doesn't work, just forewarning, you can all ask. Actually, that goes for well, anyone can ask me for. Sorry. Okay.
Everybody get just really quiet. Yeah.
If it's not clear, the person says, do you want to vote on my phone? Then the person asks, well, can I? And then they say, well, I don't know if I'm not supposed to. Do you think we could go over there and do it in the shade? That's not true.
Okay, so like, I don't know if I'm supposed to ask this. Is that how we go there? Yes, sir. Okay, I'll just say
Was it not loud enough or not clear enough?
Or was it the guy or the girl? Yeah. Yeah. What's up? You want one? Can I? Okay, so like, I don't know if I'm supposed to ask this. Is that how we go there? Yes, sir. Okay, I'll just say so.
First of all, I'm not a trust fund baby. In fact, my family had to file bankruptcy last year, and for about 4 months, I was living with family and friends. So I take that as a personal offense because my father served this country for 20 years, and we're having financial troubles right now. And I don't understand how you all can call me a trust fund baby because you said that our party is a trust fund baby, and I'm a part of that party. And you all can't even say my first name. Like, I don't understand.
Address your comments to the chair, please.
Okay, Chair, I don't understand how some people can make those comments and call me that, and they can't say my first name. Like, I don't think that's fair at all as well. Yeah.
I'm sorry, there's
People that have joined the speakers list that weren't on it before it was cut, if you all joined after the vote was taken, could you please get out of the line? Thank you. Yeah, if someone refuses their time, then you can use it.
Alright, sorry I'm up here again. I tend to forget
what I have to say sometimes. Chair, I do want to apologize for the comments that were made from some of us. I do want to state, however, that those comments were made because it reflects the leadership again. When the leadership says that we could ask our parents for money, then that reflects on the entire party. So, Chair, I do want to apologize for those comments. It was not intended for some individuals in the party. However, again, the leadership sometimes does resemble how the party is. So that's why those comments were made. So, Chair, I also want to state that I am aware, and I want to believe, and I know that not all candidates laptop. I know that some candidates in that party, ran a fair election because we know they know that they were too nice to get involved in these certain things, right? So I do want to let all the candidates know that this is not towards you; it's more towards the party because in the elections bylaws it says that looking for party laws, any party will be held accountable for any actions of anyone with approximate relations. So that means the party will get a strike, not you as an individual. So then in the elections week, then all of you get a strike because of the party's mishappening. Again, I'm into politics, so sometimes I can see how you guys, so how people phrase things. So when people say candidates did not laptop and come up here and say that, okay, we might believe you, but we know that your volunteers did laptop. And there's evidence by email, by videos, photos, and now by audio. So I am aware, maybe your candidates did not because that's a political tactic. I do not applaud you on that because it's pretty shady anyways. But so, alright, cool. My next statement is that our voice keeps on stating that our goal was to eliminate them. That was never our goal. So that's someone's goal when they take their time on the night to go measure all the posters. That's someone's goal to eliminate other people and get strikes. And you all know what I'm talking about. We know that for like an hour or two, you all were measuring all of our posters, found a lot of violations. Chair, they did that, Chair. On the other hand, I do want to state that the president for our voice threatened our president having witnesses seeing their posters being ripped down by our candidates. That was a scare tactic upon towards our party because I'm aware that was there any violations against us, our candidates ripping their posters? No, right?
There's no violation that can be turned in for that. I did receive emails from multiple parties.
Yeah, so when someone says, hey Devin, I have reports of individuals that resemble members of PAC tearing down our voice posters. Obviously, I'm not accusing you of anything, nor can I verify this. Just letting you know that our party has witnesses. We will have people conducting surveillance during the day and night to watch over our posters, just giving you a heads up to avoid any possible conflict. As a leader of our parties, I encourage you to talk with your party as I have with mine to refrain from these types, so forth. So just, for me, we never did that. We never did anything like that. Like last year, we also never told our candidates to go rip the posters down for us or anything like that. So back to my point. All right. For it, half of us left that party, and half of us left this party. I want everyone to know, Chair. I'm gonna share the story. A lot of us left that party for various reasons. One reason that convinced me to leave that party, I'll share it to you. One reason that convinced me was when the former president candidate for your side, now known as our voice, or maybe it might not be known, but they use the same things, like their logo and the whatever that's called, they use all that motto or whatever. So use the same. So I would say it's a former your side. One reason that convinced me is that when Fernando left to run as president, when he wasn't going to run for president anymore, the president candidate and the internal candidate told me to blame everything on Fernando of eliminating the candidate that brought a lawyer and made the party vanish. They told me to blame everything on this person when it was never his idea to leave that other person. Hence, it was actually their idea to eliminate this certain person because they had already fired that person for whatever A, B, or C reason. And they told me, you need to blame everything on him because he's not with us anymore. So I was just like, that's pretty shady, the other reason was when we discovered, I was still part of this, when we discovered that Devin was running for president, You know, the tactic now was, let's not run whoever wants to run for president. Michael wanted to run for president, if you're trying to work. But let's run a woman to run against Devin. And that for me, that was also pretty shady. They also asked me, can you talk to Jessica Ortiz or something to try to get her for president? And that was also pretty shady to me. You know, and I'm taking a lot, and I'm a man of word, and I'm saying this because, and you can say I'm lying, but I'm a man of word, and I'm a human of word, sorry. And so that was to me a little off, right? But the final reason we all left our party was because my best friends that were running for me and that I really wanted to see the horseshoe, they told me that before I even shared all of this, they told me that they didn't feel comfortable, Chair, about running with this party. For various reasons such as, you know, like being against, I can't even think right now. But yeah, they told me too, you know, like let's leave, and I was okay. Let's leave. Let's contact other progressives to make sure we form a progressive slate. And that's you know, that's how PAC was formed. All right, so to move on from that, I'm gonna finish up with the email that was sent. In the email that was sent by the justices, it says that, when we were replying, you see it, they say that they have confidential evidence that the video is frauded, but I really want to see that evidence. Why is it so confidential when it's putting all of our candidacies at stake? And then they say it's from a third party, not even involved. Bullshit. Like it's not from a third party, it was from some of their friends. It also says someone from housing reported this evidence. That's so confidential. So we want to make sure that this information, why is this information confidential if it's so valid? That's making sure that I'm not going to sit in the horseshoe next year and that they're not going to sit in the horseshoe next year. Because it's so information is going to put it on, and we're going to be transparent. We've been transparent about everything, about filing things, about posting things. You know, we've been calling people out, but it's because we're being transparent and we're saying how we're being rational and we're being emotional. But that's how we're being as transparent as they can. And if they're saying, we brought the person who filmed the videos right here, and they still want to step. You know, and he knows the names of the volunteers, and he wants to say we're winning. No, okay, cool. Okay, cool. So I'm not going to share that. But okay, so he's being respectful, and I apologize, I'm sorry for that. But you know, he knows, and so when they say that they have information, like what kind of information? They say that in their opinion, and that they made this on their opinion, but then they say that the elections committee was not able to make this valid strike because it was not with concrete details. But then they go off and say it is in our opinion, and they have a third party's confidential information. Let's see that confidential information. Are there any justices here by the way? Because they were not here last time either. We need transparency and we need justice. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for the candidates and I want to work with them, Chair. But you know, we need to follow procedure. And again, there's no re-election that has been said. Let's have our information clear. I heard someone say that there's going to be a re-election. There's no re-election, and I don't want another re-election. It's just not fair for a lot of students. Just override the appeals, you know, just make sure that the appeals are not valid, and let's move on from there, because a re-election takes about your time and our time, and then to harass other students again, and it's not cool. And then if we have another re-election and then we invalidate the Highlander Empowerment referendum, then I'm not going to be down with that, you know. And then the bachelor students too, I don't want that, you know. That bachelor students are going to be the horseshoe, and that the cost of housing have enough money to provide us with resources so we won't be in deficit in a lot of the programs that I'm not down for the re-election. Let's just override what the justices did because it was not fair. I don't know what other evidence you want, because we have pictures with faces, and then they ask us that we need a picture of the screen. Then we have pictures of the screen, and then they ask us pictures of the faces. And then we have audio, and then they're gonna ask us we didn't see any faces, but we know who was talking. You know, and that person, if they see in office, that person's gonna sit here as a vice president of finance, because we want to fight this bureaucracy. We don't want that to be happening for our friends to keep on being appointed. We want to fight all this. We want to make sure that we run a fair election, and that student government becomes a fair place for all students to get involved. From the working class community to the high class or whatever they want to, you know, whatever it may be, it should be a fair space, because I don't know if a lot of people represent me as a working class community member, you know, and as a Chicano, because I don't really see that.
Hello everybody, my name is Momo Hussein, I'm a graduate of political science, and I'm also the vice president of external affairs elect for this year. I came here today to finally respond to all of the allegations that have been made against our voice, and I'm here to paint two pictures, two narratives. One narrative members of the horseshoe might not be so comfortable with, and another narrative explaining maybe what could have happened as well. So the first narrative that I'm going to pose to you, because I have heard a number of unsubstantiated claims, accusations, allegations, evidence pointing. I have heard all types of emotions and name calling and bluntness and failure to address the chair. So this is what I'm going to do. The first narrative that I like to paint, since the acting president released the timeline today, I'm going to also release the timeline right now. So this is what happened. So, what happened initially, to my understanding as a candidate, was there was some disagreement over the formation of parties in the very beginning, and there was some dissension over procedural stuff and what happened with who, and somebody got scapegoated, and somebody could no longer run for president. That was my understanding. And my understanding was that this beef, which is exactly what I'm going to call it, this beef between certain members of the ECAT have progressed into what is happening today. This is what I see. What I see is two parties splitting up to form and then the elections happening. What I see is peaceful elections happening for 4 weeks, and then finally the week of elections happen, and as happens every year, elections turns into turmoil and chaos. Happens every year. But what was different about this year was the failure to follow procedure and the crazy attempts to seize power that I have seen this year. This is just the narrative that I'm trying to establish. So in my understanding, it's my understanding that elections weekend happened, and that Wednesday, the President Pro Tempore had come up with a bylaw and changed that bylaw in the elections code. Through the election. The elections director had changed the part of the code without going through the procedures of going through LRC and failing to follow the bylaws in the President Pro Tempore's bylaws, saying that legislation must be received a week before it to be heard. Legislation was received, and the President Pro Tempore then explained, oh, this was the first time that I had heard of this, and since it's such an urgent matter, and it is elections week, we should change the rules of the elections right now, right here in the middle of elections week. And let me remind you that this President Pro Tempore was also the presidential candidate of PAC, and also in close proximity to the elections director by way of sorority sisters. I'm establishing the narrative. That's fine. That's fine. I want you to listen. So, and again, back to my timeline. So what happens here is a clear conflict of interest, somebody using their position to bypass the rules and change the rules in a way that would certainly favor them. And another thing to completely make it worse, and more pointing towards corruption and seizing power, is that there are also candidates on the horseshoe who failed to recuse themselves from voting on elections-related matter with the understanding that they would directly benefit from their votes. And members of the elections committee on the horseshoe who are also biased, because as a member of the elections committee, your goal is to make sure that the elections run smoothly and efficiently. And all these problems that are going on with elections do not look good on the elections committee, or do not look good on the elections committee. Sorry, Chair. Do not look good on the elections committee. So that's why I felt that members of the elections committee and candidates who are actually involved in this year's race should have recused themselves from all voting matters. That's what I felt like. But that did not happen. Instead, what happened was we called 2 justices forward. Our Vice President of External Affairs put 2 justices on trial without notifying them, without calling them, so much as a text to say, hey, you might lose your job tonight. Hey, you might want to come defend yourself tonight. That did not happen. Instead, what happened was the chair, or the former chair, had to remind them that this was a trial that would be conducted in bad faith. Hey, maybe you should call the justices and let them know that, these accusations have been brought forth and they should come here to defend themselves. Instead, the Vice President of External Affairs explained that the Highlander has on tape, this is equal opportunity. It says equal opportunity. This is a a public space, all they have to do is show up. That's all they have to do is show up. A courtroom is a public space. If I charge somebody with murder, I do not tell them, convince the jury beforehand, and then I invite them to come, and then I convict them of murder. Is that a fair trial? No. That's exactly what happened. So the justices were removed without proper notification. That's what happens. Fine and dandy. Okay, so what happens now is there's no judicial branch. And sure, this was also a failure of the president to appoint justices so that quorum was not met. This was also a failure of the president. But what was more sad is that the Senate got rid of the justices and then assumed the power, or had already had the power to give out strikes. So the elections director and the elections committee had already had the power to give out strikes. So as we had predicted, strikes were given out to Our Voice. So Our Voice receives 3 strikes on the night that this agreement with the administration had come to, and Our Voice is completely disqualified and removed from the elections, much to all of our dismay, over a video that we had thought was not substantiated. I keep hearing people say that the justices should have figured out if the video was real or not. The justices should have hit up the elections company website to figure out how the voting's happened. No, the justice's job was to hear an appeal. The way law works and the way court works is you hear an appeal, you are given the facts from the previous case that you did not make the ruling on, and you decide what the facts that are given to you. What should have happened was the elections committee should have went to all lengths to verify the video, to verify the authenticity of the video, and to verify that these strikes were indeed real. Had that evidence been presented to the justices, would anybody have faulted them for disqualifying all of Our Voice? No, because all of it would have been substantiated and the justices would have had enough evidence to not overturn anything. It was not their job to determine who was at fault. It was not their job to determine whether or not evidence was real or not. It was their job to determine whether or not the case against us was real. And the case was not, because the elections committee had failed to make that case. That's exactly what happened. And that's the time that I understand. And now, furthermore, the administration had come to this agreement with the justices and the judicial committee to assess strikes and appeal. And the way the court works, and the way I think checks and balances and any system of government works, is that courts make a ruling and it's kind of the final say, otherwise Congress would just blow them out. What's the point of having a third branch if you can just overrule everything that they say? It was my understanding that the 3 justices had been vested with the authority to make all appeals, which they did. And it's to my understanding that this procedure was followed, and the election director and the justices and the executive director had went through all the processes of verifying the appeals, counting the ballots, and going through everything, and had unsealed the envelope with the winners and the results. That is the timeline that happened up until last Friday. And given that timeline, had there been any procedural wrongdoings, any procedural errors, any dissatisfaction with the way things were ran, or any discontent of any sort, that's when things would have been brought up. If the elections committee or the election director or senators who are actually candidates and members of parties who are involved in this election, if you felt that the procedure was not followed, the time to do it was then. You did not, nobody had to rush the results. That was the time to do it. Had the results, I'm going to say which way, had the results gone the other way, I promise you nobody would have been here in this room today and this problem would not have been happening. Had the results gone the other way, people would not have been dissatisfied and none of this would have happened. We would have been the only silenced voice because we have been continued to be silenced in all of this. That is what has happened so far. And so it is to my understanding, and we had predicted all of this, that all of this was going to happen. We're like, Senator's going to meet next week. And I walked into this room knowing damn well that this Senator is going to vote for a re-election. Knowing damn well what's going to happen, that everybody had walked into this room with their mind made up. The candidates from Our Voice in this room had walked in here to defend Our Voice. The candidates from PAC in here had walked in here to defend PAC. The candidates from UCR had walked in here to defend PAC or make their claims or go for a fair election or whatever it was. But everybody who was in this room, there is probably a small percentage of students in this room who are just students. There are a small percentage of people in here who did not walk in here with their mind set on what they had to say and the way that they were going to vote today. That is one narrative that has been established. The other narrative that has been established is all of this around laptopping. Sure, somebody before had said, oh, we're just trying to paint like big pictures of corruption and stuff like that. Laptopping is not being addressed. Let's address laptopping. This is the other narrative. Laptopping is completely subjective. Stephanie Rose, the election director, had just said that coercion is also another method of laptopping. How are you to verify that somebody has been coerced? How are you to verify people are going to submit video, people are going to submit audio, but guess what? The deadline for all of that has passed. If all of this has been happening, then all of these cases would have been brought forth, and there would have been a number of cases, and then overwhelming number of strikes that would have never brought anybody back because all these cases were. I find it extremely problematic that all of these cases are coming to light now. I find it extremely problematic that all of these things are being highlighted now. I find it extremely problematic that, okay, the other narrative is, okay, maybe the general student did not know how to file elections violations. Maybe the general student didn't know what was going on with elections or ASUCR and stuff like that. That's a systematic fault. The student did not know how to file violations. That sounds like a problem that the elections committee had with advertising how to file violations. Honestly, what it sounds like to me is either there was all this corruption going on, or the elections committee this year has done a terrible job of taking this year's elections and coming up with a concrete way to verify laptoping, and instead of subjectively removing candidates to further an interest, people would have been more well served to focus on how is this going to be a concrete election? How are we going to address violations against volunteers? How are we going to address violations about laptoping? How are we going to go about verifying laptoping? All of these questions should have been answered before the election started. The rules and everything should have been ready and well thought out, and the procedure should have been well thought out, and the elections process should have been well thought out. The problem now becomes, okay, because the election process was not well thought out, we're going to punish all of the candidates and everybody involved? Is that what's going to happen? So these are the narratives that I would like to establish, and this is honestly just the way that I feel. And I actually have a picture of the candidate that I'm running against who is not on the horseshoe, so everybody knows who this candidate is. There are 3 candidates, one of them on the horseshoe. I have a picture of the other candidate in this room supposedly laptoping. I have a picture of him laptoping. Did I submit this? No, I did not. Because I thought it was petty. Because I know him personally and I know he would not do such a thing. But even if I were to submit it, would he just get a strike without any verification? Would he just get a strike? What's the procedure for verifying this very, very, very incriminating picture of the person that I'm running against? What is the procedure for verifying that? And that's all I'd like to say. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I already knew exactly what was going to happen in this room, and I just came to make sure that everybody heard what I had to say. Thank you.
There's a lot to talk about there. The first thing that I think I'm going to say is that I'm sick and tired of being personally called out in these meetings. If people want to talk about procedure, I'm more than welcome to talk about procedure. Be mad at the procedural rules that were broken, or be mad about the interpretations of the procedures. But there is absolutely no reason why I should have to sit up here as an elected official and hear people calling me out. My name was used in a slanderous, reappropriated chant last week. That is not something that I should have to do. Removing a bylaw was allowed. There's nothing that says that I can't remove a bylaw from my own bylaws. I did not submit anything. I did not change anything. I removed it. As a parliamentarian, I'm sure you understand that. Additionally, the bias accusations, my goodness. Yeah, I heard your chant last week. Chair, I heard the chant last week. There are many members, candidates, members of the horseshoe, members in the gallery right now that are a part of an organization. I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. I'm not going to personally call out that organization because, once again, I don't think it's respectful to come up during public comment and call people out. Me being called out, being in an organization with someone else is completely irrelevant, especially when there are other members in certain parties that are also a part of my organization. I don't really know how many times I have to talk about that and talk about these supposed bias allegations, because there are none. I have personally assigned strikes to the same people that they're accusing me of being biased in favor of. So I really don't know how repetitive and what a broken record I need to be in order to address it. But I'm at a point where I feel like I just need to say these things. Last thing I want to say, you said your voices are being silenced. No one is silencing any voices. We're here, we've accommodated for a lot of students to come up and voice their concerns, and please understand that it has been, I'm shaking right now, it has been completely overwhelming to hear the things that have been said about myself, this Senate, and my elections committee. Imagine how I felt last week when my name was used in a chant, because some people didn't agree with the decision that my committee made when I didn't even vote in those votes. All I want to say is I don't think it's appropriate to say any voices are being silenced because I'm sitting here listening to your concerns. The elections committee has listened, Senate is here listening, so please don't say that your voices are being silenced because they're not. We're listening. Thank you.
I was not making any accusations of bias. Here is a very, very... I was very clearly making accusations of bias, but here's the fact. The disqualification of all of our voice directly benefited 2 members of your organization. That is a fact. And another fact, it is actually in Devin's, or the President pro tempore's bylaws, that changes must go through a week before. An omission or a deletion is actually still a change, and I am parliamentarian, so an omission is actually a deletion. And another thing that I'd also like to make clear, I think I'll let the rest of the members of the horseshoe ask me questions, and then I'll respond with one statement for the purpose of efficiency.
Next person on the speakers list is Senator Colette King.
Is this on? Oh. This is going to be a little bit of Q&A. So, what organization are you a part of?
I'm in a number of organizations.
What's your fraternal organization? What is your fraternal? I think I just said. What is your fraternal organization? Your fraternity organization?
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
It's Kappa Sigma. Fraternity organization.
I'm sure you know the answer. So
Kappa Sigma, that's right. What is Michael Irvin's fraternity organization? Kappa Sigma. What is Nolby Karen's fraternity organization? Kappa Sigma.
Are we about to name every member of the fraternity? Or?
Yes, we are. Jason Ramirez, Kappa Sigma. Fernando Echeverria, Kappa Sigma. Daniel former Justice, Kappa Sigma. Before you try to point out nepotism, I would tread carefully because there's been a lot of nepotism. However, I would like to argue that not all of these Kappa Sigmas have agreed on certain subjects. So if you are going to start saying that 2 people are trying to help an organization, I would stop saying that. Because I'm sure Kappa Sigmas, individuals who have represented Kappa Sigma have not agreed on everything. So to then say that someone is trying to help out another organization member, I would then collect the data of what fraternity you are a part of and see how many representatives there are in ASUCR and see if that's actually true.
Yeah, it is actually true. And if you feel if you feel that that's problematic, then it's an issue that you should address going through the proper channels and the proper procedures instead of going through backdoor deals.
Yeah. Not her.
I didn't say something was wrong. You said something was incorrect. Now I'm stating things that are also in this office and shedding light on an organization that has populated very much of the positions that are available. That was all.
Echoing what was already said, I'd just like to point out that bringing an organization into something is a completely different aspect of this. I'd like to point out that personally, and this is for the sake of transparency, you all saw that I personally had a strike. My strike was assigned by Stephanie herself for discussing the CalPERS referendum in the office. If you're gonna sit there and point bias, whatever, please check the facts first. like, if they're, like, please just know, like, everything that has happened and that has transpired, if you're going to sit there and put bias and bring an organization into this, and make sure that your hands are clean before you're pointing fingers. Organizations are, like, an organization is completely different from my candidacy and my position in AS, and that has not been like a platform for my campaign. It has not been anything like that. So, like, I would encourage everyone to please, like, these biases, like, check the facts. My strike was assigned by Stephanie herself. Like, if that's bias, then okay. But, like, yeah, just check the facts and, like, leave the organizations out of this, because it's clear that everyone is a part of an organization and somehow we're all interconnected in some organization or some way. So please, like, just make sure that you know the facts and you're not just pointing your fingers when you're actually doing the same thing.
Next person. Everybody seems to be highlighting organizational bias, but I've also pointed out candidacy bias, I've also pointed out elections committee bias, and I've also pointed out personal friendships.
I'm just speaking because
No,
my
I understand.
organization
No, I
is
understand. Yeah,
directly
that's fine, that's
attacked.
fine.
Did you want to respond at the end? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. No, just making sure.
Yeah,
Would anyone like to make a motion to close the speakers list? Okay. I mean, after everyone has motioned to be on the speakers list, that's totally up to you all to make that. Okay, next on the list is Senator Summer Schaefer.
Wait, I would appreciate if the Senate made a motion to add all, I'm adjusting the Senate, I would appreciate if the Senate would make a motion for everybody to place themselves on the speakers list and then close the speakers list so that I don't have to stand here as questions come up and stuff like that.
I motion to close.
But like take all hands.
Senator Sylvia.
I motion to close. That's the speakers about. No,
No, yeah, I think what Lola was saying, just to be clear, is to close the speakers list of the horseshoe respondents. So if anyone would like to be added on the speakers list before it's closed, now is the time to do so before I take a second.
Can you read it?
Yes, those people included on the speakers list currently are Senator Summer Schaefer, Senator Herman Senga, Vice President of External Affairs Abe Galvan, and Senator Delaney Koenig, and Elections Director Stephanie Rose. Would anyone else like to be added? Okay, they're Fabian Escobedo. Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Sylvia. Senator Sylvia, can I get a second for that motion to close the speakers list? Senator John Dell. All those in favor? All those opposed? Opposed? All those that abstain? With a vote of 12-1-2, this motion passes. Next person on the speaker is Senator Summer Schaefer.
Oh no, I tuned it now to see which one it is.
So I wanted to respond to the remarks that you made about violations. At the very end of your comments, you made a remark about a picture that was taken of someone supposedly laptoping from another party. And so I was just wondering if you had that with you, or if you had shown that to anyone, or if you had submitted that, because earlier in your comments, you also mentioned how if there were any violations, then those should have been submitted at a previous time, and you got very clear. And so I feel like if you had felt this way, you could have submitted that, and that would have been taken in. And if that was found to be laptoping, then that should have received a strike. And so all things that have proof of being laptoping should be considered as strikes and taken as such. And I firmly believe that, but I have not seen this proof or heard of this. And this is the first time I'm hearing about it, so it was surprising in regards to the fact that you had mentioned previously that all violations should have been worked on before, according to the deadlines that was set.
summer. Next person on the speakers list is Senator Herman Sanga.
Hello, thank you for speaking today. So we're talking about facts, so I want to state some facts. Facts one, Stephanie has been accused of being biased towards UCR. Fact two, Stephanie has been accused of being biased towards PAC. Fact three, Stephanie has been accused of being biased towards our voice. So depending on what Senate meeting you go to, and depending on which section of that meeting you listen to, you'll hear being biased towards certain parties all the time. So accusations are just that. And I feel like there's quite a few lapses of logic in some of the things you said. You said, and I quote, "How are you to verify that someone has been coerced?" And then you're saying you have evidence of you have a picture of somebody being laptop. Secondly, you said this, or actually, we're talking about timelines. So the removal of office for justices is written in our Constitution. This took place, I believe, 2 weeks ago, Wednesday, and we followed that procedure. In fact, the Chief Justice at the time agreed that, yeah, it may have not been an opportune time to do this, however, that we did follow the procedure. I'm looking at the Constitution right now, and nowhere in there does it say that there is a specific time set that you must meet, like, oh, we must tell the justices that we are planning to, quote unquote, put them on trial. And, you're the parliamentarian. And that brings me to my next point. You're an appointed, paid position of this horseshoe. Secondly, what happened on last Wednesday, the meeting went to a hiatus about 2 hours, in which we met in a room upstairs. And you and I sat down and we discussed the Constitution and whether or not that meeting was adjourned officially. And we did come to an agreement. We did not have witnesses to that. And we agreed that it did not follow, the adjournment did not follow the Constitution, and that meeting was not adjourned officially. But then when we went back downstairs, you welcomed me down the stairs, but then you didn't come back to the meeting. So these are just facts. And lastly, you said 3 times, or at least I counted 3 times, quote unquote, we had predicted this. So the implications of that, or the ramifications of that statement, are huge. Does that mean that the protests and everything that took place last Senate meeting were orchestrated beforehand? Were they planned beforehand? Was that a calculated move? So I feel like your testimony is bringing forward more questions than answers from my side. And that's it.
Vice President of External Affairs, Abraham Baldwin.
Okay, so I have to, excuse me for not being able to be here for the whole part, but I can address some of the things that I heard just from the time that I came. So one of the things that I'm having trouble understanding is how you can come to us and accuse the Elections Committee, Stephanie, and whoever else of being biased for not giving violations or supposedly not treating every party fairly, when you're telling us yourself that you didn't submit a violation that you had available to you. That doesn't make sense to me, because I can understand if you submitted a violation and we dismissed it unfairly, but that's not what happened. Don't accuse us of being biased just because you failed to do something that could have affected the outcome of elections just as much as all the other violations we considered. If I'm correct, the Elections Committee multiple times gave violations to the same parties or different parties at the same time for the same thing. I remember at one point, PAC had two strikes as a party, even less than our voice, and those were appealed to the judicial branch, and the judicial branch was a lot of the times the ones that dismissed the appeals. And so that's that point first, and then second of all, you're saying that we didn't follow procedure oftentimes or whatnot, but you were the parliamentarian that was supposed to be aware of our Constitution and our bylaws that was supposed to keep us on parliamentary procedure. So if procedure wasn't followed, I don't see who that would come down to the most on the Senate other than you. And so if I remember correctly, even at the Senate meeting when we were talking about amending the bylaw, we specifically gave you time to research the Constitution and bylaws to see if there was anything wrong procedurally with what we were doing. You came back, you responded to the Senate that you didn't find anything. in your right time, yes, but should you not, as parliamentarian, be well aware of our Constitution and bylaws? Yeah. Exactly, so don't say that you didn't have enough time because you should have known it to begin with. So, that's it, thank you.
Hi there. So, I always believe in clearly beating a dead horse. So, in panel N, we hold our members to a higher standard instead of a lower one when we're brothers and sisters with them. So, if one of my sisters or a panel next sister was doing something that was immoral, I would be quicker to impose the rule or restriction on them because I believe in them and their values. So yeah, on to my main point. Agreeing with Abe, if these members should have recused themselves prior to voting, that would have been your job to tell them so as parliamentarian. So that is a dereliction of your duties, not of the Senate. If you ever felt there was a conflict of interest, that should have been clearly expressed. And seconding what Herman said, if you're saying we could have predicted this and then saying that statement that you knew something was against our Constitution allegedly or against rules of bias and then you didn't say it, that is further orchestrating this event to happen now. That is building up evidence against the case without saying it at the right time when it could have been effective. And also, as far as the deletion or friendly amendment, even if, let's say, in an arbitrary world, that was not allowed, the people that have nothing to hide, if you had nothing to hide, you shouldn't be afraid of increasing laptoping rules. You shouldn't be afraid of clarifying the rules. That's the point of transparency, is that the right people will come out on top. It's like Summer said, every piece of evidence should have been submitted. And as far as people not submitting things on time, the effect of coercion is intimidation. And that is why I think people were too intimidated to report at the right time. And questioning the validity of the fact that someone was harassed is perpetuating the cycle. And that's extremely damaging to someone's emotional health. Like, telling them that they weren't coerced and that their opinions aren't valid and their experiences are delegitimized is disenfranchising them even further. And I don't want anyone in the valley to feel that at all. And as far as not alerting the justices ahead of time and Abraham orchestrating this, they're ex officio members. They should be our justices at every single ASUCR meeting. And it's problematic to me that they aren't. And so I would expect, as a member of ASUCR, that they should have been present, and so I feel that it was appropriate that they just got that text message. So.
I was just briefly going to say, there are pretty fantastic members of your organization, and there are pretty fantastic members of my organization. So I think that as a collective, we should all stop talking about organizations because there's no reason that we should put a bad name on the organizations because we are all having personal/political issues. So from this point forward, I don't think organizations need to be mentioned.
I'll be short. Hello? Okay, so the first thing I heard was why wasn't your piece of evidence submitted? Because I had no way of substantiating this piece of evidence. And so why would I submit a piece of evidence that I thought was an unfair piece of evidence to submit? You get what I'm saying? And so another thing that I have to say was, as parliamentarian, it is actually my job. What kept me brought up was parliamentarian and dereliction of duty. As parliamentarian, it is my job to make these rulings, and I continually make these rulings almost to the point of being silenced and forced out of the yes. This is what happened. What happened was, I said, no, you can't do that to the justices. And then what happened was, no, we can't, we're Senate, we interpret the Constitution. That's what happened. So I was silenced then. And then, furthermore, what happened was, hey, Mike adjourned the meeting. As parliamentarian, I said the meeting was adjourned. To which a senator started coming up with stuff online to tell me that the meeting was not adjourned, though our Constitution did not specify that the meeting was adjourned. I stuck by my ruling. I went downstairs. I told the Vice Chancellor of Students, I told the Highlander, and I told a couple other students that I would stand by my ruling as parliamentarian and that I felt that the meeting was adjourned. I stood by my ruling. I continually highlighted procedural errors that happened, almost to the point where admin was brought into this, and admin had to straight out issues. Because guess what? This AS has no bosses, and that has become problematic. Shame. And the last point that I'd like to make is the issues of mental health, the issues of belittling people and harassing them and delegitimizing them. That is definitely a two-way street. Never before have I felt more harassed, more delegitimized, and more offended in the last 2 months than I have ever felt in my entire life. It's a two-way street. Don't make it sound like I'm trying to belittle somebody's experience experience, whether or not they were harassed or coerced or not. Yes, it's intimidation, and yes, I understand that it does perpetuate the cycle of fear, and I do understand that, but it also goes both ways. Last week, I was all over YICAC. My name was being slandered all over YICAC. My personal integrity and members of my team and the people that I campaigned with and sweat with, yeah, that's, apparently I'm supposed to address the chair, but that was an input in me. But, I told members of the horseshoe to address the chair, to which the chair explained it was fine. So that's what I'm doing, responding to the members that responded to me. Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. I didn't feel.
Okay.
You can look at me. It's fine.
But yeah, so I mean, the issues that are being brought up are not like accusations and all this stuff. Honestly, procedure was not followed, and I continue to say that procedure was not followed. And every time I said that procedure was not followed, somebody would come up and argue with me, almost to the point where it was like, why am I doing my job if everybody else here knows Robert's rules? Like, why am I here? But that's all I have to say, honestly, because we all know how this is gonna end.
Thank you, Mama. Next speaker in public forum. Just a reminder to stay in for minutes and to also address me. Thanks.
It's lovely to address you tonight. Francisco, I got my 14 and I'm a major here in Riverside. I'm going to start a little light first. I want to congratulate the Senate. Thank you for passing the divestment from Turkey. Welcome the new members of the Horseshoe, Senator Abdul Noor and Senator Jim Ball, and the interim directors and executive members. And first, I wanted to talk about the grants for CHAS research that one member from the public forum brought up earlier. I have experience as research assistant, paid and unpaid, and I also conduct research of my own. So if any of the senators or directors would like to approach me, I'm more than willing to give you my experience in trying to draft a plan and how to make research more accessible for CHAS students. We have, I think, fantastic faculty, and I disagree with the public commentary. Sorry, Oscar, but I think that you can go pretty much into any of the top 20 programs in your field if you're a CHAS major, as long as you apply yourself. UC Riverside is a fantastic institution, and you can definitely do things out of there. I know myself, I'm going into one of them, so Senator Fralin, I'll offer you my services if you need them to grant a plan. I personally think that the Chancellor Research Fellowship needs to be reformed because it's pretty, what do you call it, affirmative towards CNAS and BCOE majors. So if we could do something like that to provide more funding and stipends for CHAS majors because it's really difficult, I think that would be fantastic. And now the juicy stuff, I guess. So I question the claim that the justices are unbiased and impartial due to the lack of transparency during the appointment, which is over the summer, for which I still believe there's no meeting minutes. And also because some of these justices leak information for the candidates. And for the fact that I've done research a little bit as a game theorist, and I know that you can kind of see like signaling behavior of somebody's move or somebody's plan. And I know that there was a ruling in April 28th that claimed that actions taken from volunteers will not be making the parties accountable. I find that highly problematic that a volunteer could go and literally coerce somebody's laptop, voting laptop, or do or rip a poster off, and that a party will not be held accountable. As a game theorist, I look at that as a signaling behavior that something bigger was going to happen, and that's what I saw with the ruling from the Judicial Committee, which also happened to be 30 minutes before election results were given out. So to me, just from essentially from an economics approach to it, it looks very fishy. Particularly this ruling, and I wanted to ask the Senate the explanation of why is there a ruling by the justice. I don't know if you can answer this, but why is it a ruling by the justices that says that parties are not held accountable for actions of the volunteers? Because I think not only me, but the student body has that highly problematic. I also have a couple more points after, but if any of the members of the Senate can answer that. So it was posted on Facebook. I was looking for it, and I couldn't find it. I know that some of the Facebooks have been deleted. That was also highly non-transparent and problematic during election week. But I know that there was a posting saying that the justice ruled on April 28th that any actions done by volunteers of a party, it's not essentially like will not count towards the strike towards a party. And I want to know how is the Senate okay with that? Or
I have an email. Okay. On the speakers list, we have Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
Okay, I can answer that. So, I personally don't agree with that ruling. However, I was the subject of their ruling. So for those of you who have those emails, you'll see my name in it multiple times. I believe Judicial Council's explanation was the elections director was inconsistent and stated during the Senate meeting, during which reported that volunteers would not be held accountable. I claims that volunteers would not be held accountable in terms of registering because Senator Akeem Brown asked if there was a process where volunteers could register, and I said I don't think that there's an effective way to have volunteers register. I never said that I didn't think volunteers and parties would be held accountable for their volunteers, and to further clarify which the Judicial Council refused to consider, I actually sent out an email a week before any of this transpired saying, remember, your parties are held accountable for your volunteers. So they called me inconsistent. I apologize to all of the candidates who were affected by my supposed inconsistency, but that was their ruling. It was just all about me. No procedure.
Next on the speakers list, we have Marketing and Promotions Director Rena Kobe.
Hey Francisco. First of all, I just want to apologize. I know the day following the last Senate meeting, somewhere between 4 and 4:30 a.m., a post that I made regarding all the vote counts for senators and acting appointments were deleted. Along with that, we had over 40 shares on that post, so all those shares on everyone's profiles were also deleted. I did not do that. There were about 7 other people that had admin access at that point. It was hard to determine who did that because Facebook only logs new posts or modifications to posts. They don't log who deletes posts. So in response to that, I took out admin access for everyone else besides myself and the executive director of ASUCR. So hopefully that won't happen again. And in addition, there are any things posted that are problematic on the Justice Facebook page. I apologize, but they have not given me access to that page. So everything they do is the Justice's own opinion. However, what I can say regarding that post in particular on the Justice's page is that there are only rules of procedure, which the Justices write and have complete authority over. Section 2 Rules of Justice states that each Justice shall know, follow, and interpret the ASUCR Constitution, bylaws, and the rules of procedures. And I guess in this situation, they failed to look at the elections bylaws more closely.
Thank you.
Oh, I have one. Well, thanks, Election Director Stephanie Rose and Marketing Promotion Director Rena Kobe. That clarifies a lot of things. The second thing is I currently employ as an SI leader, and I, as such a position, I get in contact with a lot of people who live in housing because I get mostly freshmen. So I have a lot of freshmen who gave me testimony. I encouraged them to come, but they told me that people would go into the rooms and not leave until they voted. And these people were from a particular party. And I encouraged them to come, and the reasoning for not coming to give this testimony was because they were afraid of social repercussions or being lashed out at. So that's just something I probably need to share with the Senate because I don't want anyone, like, first of all, it's a safety issue, especially for gender non-conforming or for women or for anyone who might feel unsafe with having people in your dorm room not wanting to leave until you vote. And second, because I have, as I said at last meeting, but 2 meetings before, I have nothing but the utmost respect for democracy and the voting process. I don't know if any of you all ever had to fight for your right to vote. I just did. I got done with that fight. And I wish that I don't want to see suffrage being trampled on by anybody, whether it's the party that I supported or any other party. And lastly, to end on a lighter note, I encourage all candidates, I mean, I'm a fourth year, I'm leaving 3 weeks left on this campus, but I encourage all candidates to, regardless of the outcome of this election, still stay involved. If you're going to be a student leader, don't let this, like, bridges that are being burned or anything get in the way of serving your community. It should be like I know there's people like, who lost last year and who've been nothing but involved in the ASUCR and their community and doing work that needs to get done on this campus. And even whatever the outcome happens in the next week or tonight, I say just stay involved and do the things I need to do to make this campus better. And thank you.
econ part, I thought that was really, I'm glad that you brought that up in respects to university acceptance, or after post-undergrad. I feel that, yes, although that research opportunities are here at UCR for those who are in the econ department, unlike my freshman year where I worked under the econ professor here, who has expressed, who's now moved to UC San Diego, who said that there were more opportunities at the time for UCR econ students when he was here as a professor than what he is determined as to be now. I think that one key part into this is also knowing, having students, and there are a lot of CHAS students here in the audience, or in the gallery, that these opportunities be known. I think that when I brought up with John Dell, earlier in the quarter about the CHAS newsletter and how it's discontinued and how efforts by CHAS to inform students in CHAS about what is happening in CHAS, what professors are doing in CHAS, and if there is research available, how it can be expressed to students. I encourage you all in CHAS to really press for an outlet, funding for an outlet for information for CHAS students. I think this is something that's necessary. The communities of BCOE, you see how it's kind of tight and small and everyone knows what everyone else is doing. That's easily applicable to CHAS. And there's no reason that we shouldn't have some kind of community outlet to inform other students in CHAS, what we're doing, whether it be research, study abroad, or anything like that. So that's all I was going to say about that.
Thank you, Senator Craven. Next person on the speakers list is Senator Summer Schaefer.
Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to address the other comment that you made about the residents' testimonies. As a resident advisor, that's something that needs to be reported through housing because that's a violation to those students, and it's something that needs to be documented and go through the proper channels through housing like conduct processes. So if those individuals don't want to disclose, I completely understand, but if you have their information, maybe they can get in contact with either their resident advisor or me and Ava are also resident advisors that they could contact so that we could file a report. That would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, if I say much.
Thank you. Next person on the public forum.
Hi, my name is Alejandra Perez, second year political science. I was not planning on speaking tonight, so this is literally just out there. So first of all, I'm very disappointed that a lot of the candidates and a lot of people here have addressed this entire issue as a matter of politics. I don't believe that the student body should be about politics. I believe that it should be about activism, and it should be about coming together and standing up to politics. That's what we're supposed to be doing, and as candidates, I really encourage you to reflect on that and really go back and know what you were running for in the first place, and if that's the reason, I'd be more than happy to guide you in politics directions. I know some people, so you can ask me about that. Yeah, so this is about the students. There's a lot of important issues that needs to be addressed that AS is responsible for doing that affect a lot of students, not just people sitting in this room or people who were involved in elections. So I think that's really important, and a lot of us are forgetting about that with this whole thing, or who said what, and whatever. So there's a lot of talks about who won and how they won, and in my opinion, winning is probably the easiest thing about this whole thing. It was 6 weeks. It's what happens after you win, and I think that's really hard. And there were people, there have been people who have failed to do the work for that entire year, and that should say something. So it's definitely not about winning. It's definitely not about who got the most votes, or it should be relatively easy if you cheated while getting those votes. But it shouldn't be about that. It should be about the things that you do in office for the students and for those of you who lost because of some group of people who didn't do their job and who failed to lead you in that direction of winning. I really do encourage you to stay involved because it's not, again, a chance about winning or anything like that. And yes, so again, I'm speaking. So I think it's really unfortunate that the only time that students hear about AS is when we're looking for their votes. I was campaigning for a party that I believe to be the best, that I believe ran the cleanest campaign, and anyone can come up to me and argue that. I have every possible evidence to back out this argument. Anyway, I went up to them and the first question I asked was, have you heard about ASUCR? A lot of students here confuse ASUCR with ASB. That's bullshit. Because they do a amazing job at what they do. I'm not sure what they do, but I know what we do. Okay, we do a lot of important things. We are fighting for tuition hikes. Okay, we're fighting for the mental stability of our campus. We're fighting for sexual assault on our campus. Those things are important. And we're completely forgetting about that. And that's not fair to the students. That's not fair to the students, that's not fair to me. Because a lot of decisions that are going to be made here tonight are going to affect the 2 years I have left here. Not only as a student, but also as a working student in AS, because I am part of AS. Anyway, okay. Sorry. Yes, so also, there's one more thing. I think it's completely unethical and completely just plain out dumb that people who got fired on Wednesday got re-elected on Friday. If I believe that the president who got fired was the vice president, correct me if I'm wrong, please. I'm not completely sure of the duties of the vice president, but I don't think there are as many as the vice president of internal affairs. I have worked in the internal office. I know what it takes to be sitting in just internal office, and it's a lot. It's my first year, and I've had to learn so many things. I've had to do so many things. I had a panic attack because of it. And that was on me, but whatever. So, in my opinion, that's really stupid, and you should all really we should all really reevaluate the process that we have to go through, because if things like that keep happening, then there's definitely something wrong with the system overall. The vice president sits in 10 different committees and 3 different subcommittees, all of which are very, very important. So if the vice president couldn't do the job of a vice president, I can only imagine how hard it would be to do that. And in regards to the whole laptoping thing, I was supposed to be a candidate, so I did go through the whole election sitting, and when the election director mentioned the word laptoping, I was like, are you serious? That's like a thing? Like, I didn't know, like, I was laughing. And she told me the definition of it. I mean, she even explained to her laptop what it was. In my opinion, I've done a lot of stupid things in my life just because I don't make smart decisions most of the time. But if you are thinking to yourself, hey, like, should I really do this? Like, should I go in the shade? Should I hide from people in order to do this? And you're doing something wrong in regards to just anything. So for laptoping, if you have, just anything that you thought might be wrong, then yeah, it was probably wrong. There should have been a concise definition, because this is the first time that it was introduced. So that's that. And one more thing, I do have a testimonial to read from someone. So that's it for me. I'm sorry about the and everything, and I'm shaking, so yay. Okay, so this is from, the name is, sorry, 1 second. Tina Faye, right?
I love Tina Faye.
Yes.
No, it's not the second.
Yay, okay. Yes, her. Okay, it says, my name is Tina, and during elections week, this is quote unquote, I I was approached by a member of our voice, Verna Chan. I don't know what any of these people are, so, who forced me to vote for her party. After I had expressed my lack of interest in voting at the moment, she continued to pressure me and made me vote for her party right in front of her. I felt like my vote was being taken from me, and I didn't get to vote for the people I felt were best because I felt pressured. That's her statement, and in my opinion, a lot of things like this happen. And again, if this is how an entire party got put into office, I think there's something wrong with that. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm sick, so let's excuse my voice. My name is Eddie Franco. I'm a secondary political science major. Before I get into what I have prepared, I just want to make something clear. I feel like throughout the conversation tonight, there's been a conversation that there was 2 parties running. I just want to make it clear that there were 3 very qualified. Okay. Now, to get into what I have prepared, because I don't know right now. As you probably know, I've spoken at the last few Senate meetings. Regarding this season's elections. This is the last time I plan to do so. I'm tired, I'm overworked, and so is every other student candidate here, regardless of what party you're in, as well as the Senate and the Elections Committee. So I don't want to waste any more time on this. The reason I'm still here, though, the reason I'm still speaking, isn't because I have some sort of personal vendetta against anybody. I'm not trying to put anybody on blast. I have friends on each side of the issue. I have friends in every party. I'm not in any sort of mind to try to win by default. If you know me, I'm a person to admit fair loss, and I want a fair election. And I'll be the first to admit that I lose fairly. It's simply because I stand for justice, and I stand for the integrity of our institution. Let's remove emotion from all of this issue for a second. I'm sorry. Let's remove emotion and try to analyze this outside of our tired and hardworking perspectives, outside of our probably still lack of sleep and still trying to catch up on grades. I have no doubt in my mind that many of the people in the accused party didn't cheat and didn't run with any sort of malpractice in mind and ran a fair, without fault campaign. That being said, elections are a team effort. In this process, you're accountable for each other and you go through this process together. Evidence stands that individuals of a certain party cheated on their votes. This evidence is concrete and indisputable. I have a lot of it. I'm going to be sending it to the judicial and I'll send it to Senate should they ask for it. Evidence shows that certain individuals were willing to violate the personal space of the very students they hope to represent in order to attain a position in office. And although I use the word individual, these individuals are part of a team. And when I decided on to run in my party, I made a dedication to run with my team regardless of what happened. This is the case for all who run. Everybody who runs signs a dedication that they're going to do with the party, unless you're running independent, and you sign a dedication that you know the elections code and the rules that follow. So let's keep that in mind. I first implore candidates to remove themselves from emotion and from bias and see the situation objectively. I can only imagine having my hard work removed from me because of the malpractice of a few individuals. I actually know what that's like. So yeah. However, keep your integrity. I ask all candidates in this room to keep their integrity and stand for what's right. Take blame for what you know has happened and come and speak truthfully and honestly. Furthermore, beg Senate to overturn the appeals that are unconstitutional, corrupt judicial council has made a half an hour before an important decision. A decision that allows people deemed unfit for their current jobs to take even more money and more trust away from our institution. Should this decision stand, a standard will be set in ASUCR that will allow continual fraud, corruption, harassment, and dishonesty to plague our system. That's all I have.
Yeah, I think the conversation's getting really repetitive, so I would move to close the public forums because the speakers is
How's it going? Hey everyone, I'm Josh Lopez, secondary business major. A lot of you probably don't know me, you see a lot of familiar faces. But so I'm here today to get my personal experience and testimony regarding the elections. I came into student government with my friend Alan. He hit me up one day, said he wanted to do student government. And I was like, yeah, you know, like I'm interested in this campus. I grew up here. I want to make a change. So I had no prior notions. I had no idea I was into it. So I started my campaign, the Our Voice Party, and I was placed into a crowd of unfamiliar faces. But within days, these individuals became my second family, and you know, they were supportive of this campaign process. Like, I've been in student election campaigns in the past, and I saw these guys, and they were so organized. They had the goals set out, and they were task oriented. And I was just really impressed by everything that they had. Everyone in the party was working relentlessly, and I can tell that they were hungry for success. But then there were multiple times during the campaign that I missed maybe meetings, missed poster to put up posters and stuff like that. Like I wasn't there all the time, but they always ensured that they would fill me in and keep me updated because it showed how hardworking they were. So their drive for determination was evident, and I was comforted knowing that our leadership has smart head on their shoulders. And I can tell from the overall plan that was just to work hard and work smart and work clean. So then elections week came in, and it was time to start getting votes. So I started campaigning in front of a BCOE by the side that faces the hill, where kids walk down AI. I was just down by the street with my friend Alan. So we're just out there, talking to people, just being friendly. It was my first time actually ever going out trying to get votes. So I just figured, if I want somebody to vote for me, I want them to like me. I'm not going to try to force them to vote for me, because then I'm not going to vote for you if you're forcing me to vote for you, because that's being rude. So then I was just I'm going to be sociable, I'm going to be friendly, I'm going to be genuine, and that's what I'm going to do. So then I was spending hours on end with Alan, my running mates, and I was just talking to people, just having a good time, getting votes, just being friendly, just not even trying to coerce myself into them. Because, like I said, I never want to be that guy to force someone to vote for me. I would myself to hate it, so why would I do that to somebody else? So my campaign was basically for me. I wanted to connect with them on a personal level, and I wanted to get their vote just by being genuine, friendly, and eloquent. So for that reason, I got votes for myself and my party just by being, relatable. I did not laptop for my votes just because I didn't need to. I just thought that was necessary. So so as the elections go on and everything progresses, we started being accused of cheating, and then social media was calling us out pretty hard. I saw Yik Yak and a lot of fellow running mates being slandered on there on Facebook as well. I personally was never mentioning this because I was never really in the spotlight, but it was kind of sad just seeing everything that was going down, because I was just damn, this is becoming so heated, so passionate. Student government should be something that should bring people together, not tear, burn bridges apart. I can see that for everybody. This has been a huge just debate, controversy everywhere, and I don't know if elections in the past have been like this, but I see this is the opposite we should have in an election. We should get people to come together, not accuse a party about pointing fingers. It should be more unity rather than just splitting people apart. But then so they were, and back to my point of how they were accusing us of cheating with the videos of laptoping and photos of the proof. But then the same could be said to the other parties as well, because there are photos of them with that are controversial as well, that show them to other people. But then all the media and all the portrayals going towards our party, and they were saying how we didn't register those complaints within the allotted time, and how our strikes were Chinese because we didn't do it within a time frame. But just because we didn't do it within a time frame doesn't mean that those events may or may not have ever happened. It could have happened regardless. But ultimately, we have no proof, and there is no undisputable proof for both parties, ourselves included, unless we actually, in my opinion, did what my friend over there brought up regarding the actually tracking the votes. I feel like that would be the only way to really close this argument once and for all, rather than you sitting there pointing fingers saying, look at the proof, look at the video, look at what we have here, but then we can go back and say, well, look at these photos we have here. We need, definitive thing, such as that, what he suggested, that'll actually close this argument, because this debate, whatever ruling happens tonight, there will still be people who will be mad. There will always be a debate regarding this. It's just going to be an ongoing controversy. And you know, as I said, elections should be something that brings people together, and I just feel like it's been tearing everybody apart. But you know, with that being said, I'm just, you know, I hope for the best for both parties, and you know, that the best decision, the best winners, the people who deserve to win may win. Thank you.
I do want to say thank you for coming out. I guess this is a little biased since like he's my little, so just want to be transparent there. It's really unfortunate that there are members of your particular party who I know of other than you that are being embroiled under this corruption, and it stinks because individuals who do have integrity, who I actually work with, like Emily over there, and I've known Corey, yeah, and it seems because people get embroiled under this. At the same time, there has not been a specific way that I guess we can blame on judicial or we can blame on elections that violations should show specific proof. And because of this, a lot of people have provided said proof and it's been disregarded and it's been like pushed aside. So I think that after this, we need to really evaluate what is this proof, and we should really evaluate this party system, because it's the party system that's embroiling a lot of people, because there are like probably 3 people in your party, alright, maybe 1 person in your party that actually did corrupt things and ruining it for the rest of the party. But that does not mean that those things weren't actually done. And because you were charismatic, or like because Alan, oh yeah, I know Alan too, because he was friendly, and because you guys were getting votes like for legitimate reasons, it stinks because now you're umbrella under this like said corruption. But at the same time, that doesn't mean we can't ignore what has actually been reported to us. And from this point on, we need to really look back and look at our codes and look at what we have formatted, because it's really affecting elections. And if we don't like reevaluate how the code goes, it's going to affect next year's elections. And you know what? We really need to evaluate us as a whole, because a lot of questions are being brought up. So I just want to say that within our code, we need to make these adjustments in order to prevent future altercations. Response?
I have no response, so I'm just to feedback. Anybody else to say anything?
That concludes the speakers list. If the next speaker wants to comment.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Emma. I'm a 4th year ethnic studies major. Staying for a 5th. The school is my home. I've been involved in 4 election cycles. God, it's so exhausting. I cannot believe this is still happening every year. It gets crazier and crazier every year. So I don't do politics. I don't know how to play the game. I lose the attention span to do so. I can't focus on all the pieces moving around. I do grassroots organizing. I work with communities. I work with people. Which means that I don't care what party you're from, what title you have, as long as you are about shit. You get work done, and you show. I'm down with that. So, being such an integral part of UCR's campus, and considering that UCR is my home, I really think back a lot to freshman orientation. I think back to 4 things that we learned. You all remember Tart and Soul? Yeah. So the 2 things that I always think of with Tart and Soul is accountability, which means that this AS and every single branch of this AS holds itself accountable and does so individually and autonomously, right? We remember that we hold ourselves to whatever whatever we do, and we take responsibility if we screw up, and we hold each other accountable. And that goes for the entire UCR community. And the second thing that I always think about is integrity. So let's talk integrity. If you can't do your job because you know that you don't have time to do so, because you know that you have time commitments and you can't fulfill simple requirements such as meeting quorum as a judicial branch because people have class and work, there is no shame, none whatsoever, in admitting, I'm sorry, we can't do it, we want to follow procedure, we want to make sure we do a thorough and good job, because the third part of soul quality is excellence. We want to do an excellent job. So, as stressful as it is, maybe it'll push the button for some impatient people. Let's postpone elections results a few more days maybe, just to ensure that we can go over these cases of the appeals with quality, so that we know that it's been a thorough job and we know that we did the best job that we could do. So, with that being said, I'm facing the horseshoe, I'm going to face you, and I want to ask everyone in the audience, in the room behind me, if you would have been okay with postponing the election's results, if it would have meant that all of judicial policy and procedure would have been followed, and we could have had a thorough job of it done. The visual proof is behind me for the senators who may or may not vote on any motion made tonight, but I want that to be present for everyone on the horseshoe. Let's hold ourselves accountable, let's hold each other to integrity, let's make sure that we do an excellent job of whatever it is that we do, and let's get shit done.
Hello everyone, my name is Dalshawn Bosin. I'm a third-year business major with concentration in finance. So allow me to begin. So far, virtually every individual has come up here and has projected his or her biases to both the Senate and the students. Every party has its narrative. PAC has concocted a narrative predicated upon an accusation that our party cheated its way to victory. And my party's narrative is predicated heavily upon our belief that we ran a clean and honest campaign. The issue lies in the fact that both parties believe wholeheartedly in their narratives, in their respective narratives. And these narratives have been preached so much that they have eclipsed the fundamental purpose of why each and every one of us ran for student government and decided to run these elections. These narratives have ultimately become our party's politics, which have caused the principles of pride, action, and change to be shrouded by statements, quote, fuck our voice, you're all fucking cheaters. The principles of pride, progress, and empowerment have been impeded by the need for the members of our voice, to rectify the statements that have jeopardized and denigrated their reputations. My purpose is not to come up here and reinforce my party's narrative. My purpose is to shine light upon the logical fallacies that are underlying this call for a re-election. Aforementioned, a re-election should be justified only when there is a procedural error. There was no procedural error. The election director had the power to invalidate and postpone the election results, and she elected to push forward and announce them at the bell tower, Friday at 1 p.m. Then, after announcing the election results, it was retroactively determined that the results were invalid because they were allegedly obtained through cheating. Secondly, we were all in support of the Highlander and Crocker referendum. There have been accusations of laptopping by all parties. If laptopping was committed by any member of any party, then these alleged laptopping instances were inevitably conducive to the passing of the Highlander empowerment referendum. If this is true, the entire elections ballot needs to be invalidated, not just the portion that some people disapprove of. Lastly, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if the Senate has the authority to overturn a judicial decision, then that essentially undermines the purpose of a three-branch system, which ultimately conveys the notion that one, the student's voice and the student's vote does not matter, and two, that the student has the sole authority to decide what the ASUCR does. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time to Momo Hussein, by the way. Any questions?
Yes. We'll start off with Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
Hey, Dalton. I just wanted to provide a point of clarification. It's been mentioned a few times that after the results were announced, I called for a new election or I invalidated something. I haven't done anything. I just just want to make that clear. I literally have not made any motions. I mean, you've seen nothing happen so far, so I just want to make that clear. I have not done anything. And then additionally, I should apologize. I should publicly apologize because I did announce the election results. And that's on me. So I can take the heat for that. I'd say some of the heat that I've taken previously wasn't well deserved, but this I will take the heat for. Perhaps I should have waited to announce the results. So I publicly apologize to everyone here. I should have withheld those results. I shouldn't have verified them, and they shouldn't have been announced due to this controversy. So I apologize to you for that.
Thank you, Stephanie. I didn't mean that you made that decision yourself, but now the city is trying to influence the election. As Mama said, we know what's going to happen. So I need to rest my time.
Okay, next person on the list is Senator Summer Schaefer.
Could you just say this one more time? Okay. Okay, well, for the rest of you, the policy would be that he mentioned that it would be because of procedural error, in which case there would be cause for election, but according to our Constitution it says technicality, which is different. And like Stephanie said, has been no motions so far.
Where's technicality? Procedural technicality, I'm sorry, I thought it was synonymous. I apologize for my lack of my past lexicon. However, if you could pronounce technicality, I would greatly appreciate it.
Oh, no, there hasn't been a motion, and I didn't say that there was or was not any technicality. Yeah, no, there's been no motion made, so we can't comment on that.
Next speaker on the list is Vice President of External Affairs, Abraham Golan.
Yeah, so I did want to talk on this matter. I also haven't given, and you can ask Senate, they asked me for opinions on the matter, and I specifically told them that I'll support them in whatever they decide to do tonight. But I did want to say something with regards to the election results announcements. If we go back to like the ASUCR page or the elections committee page or whatnot, there was a lot of pressure for the election results to be announced, whereas there was kind of hardly any pressure for the elections results to not be announced. And I think that perhaps that influenced the decision to announce the results more so, and I would have loved to know that other people wanted the election results to be postponed before they were announced. Hindsight is 20/20 sometimes, so I understand that. But I did want to say also that just because the election results were announced doesn't mean that the accusations of laptopping that are made aren't valid. But if we're talking about electoral fallacies, that would be one in and of itself. So I wanted to clear that up too.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Outreach Director, Jessica Ramirez, please.
So my point was regarding the Highlander Empowerment referendum. It's not? Well, I can just talk. So my point was regarding the Highlander Empowerment referendum that was brought up. I just wanted it to be known that I was one of the students that pushed for the Highlander Empowerment referendum. I don't know if I can say this on the board going on, but elections are over now. So for someone to accuse the Highlander Empowerment referendum to possibly not pass and to be brought up, many students with or without the political party support would be affected by this Highlander Empowerment referendum. And I think that to accuse, parties or any type of students of, possibly laptopping or being, involved with the Highlander Empowerment referendum, there are 7 ethnic and gender programs that are pushing for more resources, that they are not giving the full, funding, the full, they're giving a lot of funding, but Adam's in the room. They can always use more. And the students that voted to pass Highlander Empowerment referendum believe so. So that's why they voted. They didn't vote based on the affiliation of parties. They didn't vote based on the affiliation of identities. They understood the fact that this was a necessary referendum that needed to be passed. So any accusations of party affiliations or student laptopping, I don't believe the conversation should regard anything around the referendum. Yes, I want it to be known I did approach all 3 parties to help support, but it was very difficult to get parties to respond back to me when they have to, lobby and campaign for themselves. So they are not really as, worried about other things. But I do appreciate the fact that you, acknowledged how important it was to pass, or I'm not really sure if I misunderstood, but just the fact that, the conversation of laptop and party politics and the Highlander Requirement referendum were mentioned together, I don't think that that's positive, and I don't think that, the fact that the Highlander Requirement referendum passed should, have any conversation with re-elections or negative campaigning or laptop use.
Hi everyone. I just want to, set aside a lot of the heavy political rhetoric and take a lighter note. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure you all are aware. There's the.
Address the chair and also
Oh,
state your name.
I'm sorry. I'm Mark Brown. I'm a second-year mechanical engineering major. Ms. Chairwoman. There currently going on is the ASPD's chocolate walk outside the hub. And tomorrow will be the last day for that. The competition ends at 12 p.m. And so for those of you who weren't aware, there will be a People's Choice voting from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. I'm not sure the website for that, but I'm sure you can find it through either ASPD's website or through their Chocolate Walk Facebook page. So I just wanted to let you guys know that there is other issues on our campus. You can agree that there's beautiful things UCR students can create, and just take a moment out of your days to appreciate that. Have a little input, have a little say. I'm sure you guys have all seen Ryan Gosling with beautiful face. Yeah, I just wanted to leave you guys with that digest 2-hour conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all the participants. The next item on our agenda is committee reports. Acting Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs, Ranjit.
Okay then. On a completely different note to everything that's been happening right now, involving my bylaws, I've been extensively scrutinizing the bylaws of the Office of Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs, both this week and I will be next week as well, and we'll be sending in all the edits to LRC by the 20th, 21st? 22nd. Just as well, I will be adding 2 committees more bylaws for next year. The first of which will be a committee on mental health, which has been a campaign undertaken by our current academic affairs chair, Alejandro Perez. I don't know if he's still here, but while we're here, can someone motion to appoint her as, for minutes purposes, as the academic affairs chair?
I motion to approve Alejandro as the new academic affairs chair.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstain? With a vote of 1501, Alejandra is approved as the academic affairs chair. Does that conclude your report?
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry, I should have waited till the end. So, the second committee, of which is a steering committee for the food truck festival for next year. Both the marketing director and I are coordinating this with dining, and hope this will allow for a productive relationship, basically with our other departments on campus. And I was pretty much going to say the rest of the announcements, but I don't want anyone to leave. So, for the non-traditional transfer task force, the transfer community lounge event has been rescheduled for next Wednesday at 6:30. Just want to mention that. Just as well, the mental health ally workshops will be on Wednesday 3:30 and Thursday at 1 p.m. in the Bear Center. This will be next week, so please go, show some support. And And well, the international mixer was today at Hub 302 at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I hope some of you were at least able to go and get some snacks. Okay, that concludes my report.
Next item on our agenda is the VP of Finance Committee report, but she is taking a point of personal privilege, so we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is special reports. First person under that item is the acting president, Fernando Echeverria.
So to begin, I just wanted to give some quick updates. We've transitioned all the new officers into their positions successfully, so we are excited to get to work and finish off this year strong. To begin, I actually want to begin with the appointment of my new chief of staff, Shagufa Salim. She's actually in the audience, so you can stand real fast. She will be helping me out for the remainder of the year, so can I have a motion to approve my new chief of staff?
Motion to approve.
Jackie Jacoby.
Motion to approve Shagufa as the new chief of staff. I second it. You like it?
Second by Senator Nicolette King. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain? With a vote of 1402, this motion passes. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. The next item on my personal update is I was approached by Daniel Lopez earlier this week to talk about the food pantry and recent developments. After he had already had a meeting with several other individuals, we've determined that for now the best place to house a food pantry is in ASUCR. So I actually wanted to have a conversation with the senators on whether you feel it is appropriate to house a food pantry for either just a temporary purpose because you can't find space in the back lunchroom or in the actual kitchen area. We will have EH&S inspect the area to make sure that all codes and health codes are followed, but from a previous determination, they had already stated that that specific area would probably be the best place to house it within our office. As we all know that hunger is a very pertinent issue on campus, and I want to make sure that this issue is addressed before we finish off our year as something that's completely monumental to the student body, and it would honor the efforts given by all those individuals already presently involved. So I just wanted to kind of have either a discussion, if you want to have a discussion, or just a vote of support to have a food pantry housed within that back area. And they do have money allocated. They had $75,000 allocated from Janet Napolitano to have the startup costs, and as well as what Jim Sandoval had already promised. So that's how they're going to deal with any necessary upgrades in space.
Okay, Senate. Senator Schaefer?
The temporary pantry in the AS.
Okay, Summer Schaefer moves to support the temporary location for the food pantry in the AS kitchen space. Point of clarification.
Yeah, so when you say in the AS office, I know we talked about this, but just so everyone is clear, it would be like the workroom.
Yes.
Correct? So it would be the workroom in between like the senator cubicles and the kitchen. Yeah, like the informal conference room. Yeah.
I was just going to say that you can get to that room without having to go through the front of the ASUCR office for confidentiality, even though it's not the most confidential space, if that was a concern. As of right now, I think it's the best space to put food in temporarily so that we can get started right away. It's a very important issue, and it's, yeah, you can get to it, not have to go through the AS office in a further way. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Just doing like, and then there will be like shelves and everything properly. Okay.
If there are any further comments,
Second.
I'm introducing my motion to support this temporary case.
Chairman Senga seconded that motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain? With a vote of 16-0-0, this motion passes.
Thank you so much for that. So to finish off my update, we do have a statement that was drafted by the executive cabinet concerning any matters that would most likely happen during this meeting, and this is just what we agreed to, and we voted this in our executive session yesterday. We, the executive cabinet, support the recommendations made by the 3 remaining ASUCR justices regarding elections, which are as follows. With this being said, the justices of the ASUCR Judicial Council are in support of maintaining fair, unbiased, and unprejudiced elections, changing the ASUCR governing documents to solve this issue permanently at a later time, clearing any doubt about the legitimacy of the results in relation to the issues at hand, and immediate repolling or re-election of same candidates for the election term of 2015. Repolling and re-election under a more strict voting procedure, only accepting votes counted from specific voting stations sponsored by the responsible bodies of ASUCR. And that part is exactly quoted from an email we received from the justices, and we were just saying that we support what the justices have said. So the executive cabinet firmly believes the associate students of the University of California, Riverside have followed all rules and procedures in accordance with the ASUCR Constitution and bylaws. Therefore, we will support any decision made by the legislative branch in regard to the 2014-15 ASUCR elections. And that is all.
Thank you, Acting President.
Wait a minute. Okay, can I move to add back to Finance Committee report? Just a reminder, all officers should have received the proposed budget form for next year for your current position. And if you would like to make any changes, like increases or decreases to any of your line items, please come to the finance hearing next Monday, May 18th. That will be our last finance hearing, so if you don't want to make any changes, just let me know and then we'll pass it through the Senate next Wednesday. And as for the allocation this week, we have allocated $1,200 to the EDP budget, so she can finish off some of the end of the year activities and projects. Also, we have approved a budget transfer for anything that's over $500, also in the EDP budget, and same for Abraham Govan's budget. And that's I move to pass these allocations.
Second. Seconded by Senator Delaney Koenig. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain? With a vote of 15-0-1, this motion passes. Okay. Next item on our agenda is the Marketing Promotions Director reviewing of documents.
Hey everyone,
thank you for listening to this report. The reason I'd like to make this report is because through the past few set of weeks, I've noticed there's been a lot of suggestions of hearsay, suggestions of he said, she said. So I'd like to take a step back and go through our procedures and our governing documents. And I found a bunch of clauses that I think is just really important for the public, the galley, and the horseshoe, of course, to keep in mind when they do their deliberations and maybe when they think about what next steps they'd like to take. So the three governing documents of ASUCR that I have went over and I'm about to present to you are one, the Constitution. Keep in mind that any changes to the Constitution must be approved by at least a 20% student vote in the ASUCR elections. Next, we have the bylaws. The bylaws must be approved by a majority vote of Senate. And third, we have the judicial rules of procedures. These rules of procedures are written by the justices themselves, and let's start there actually. So in the Constitution, regarding the rules of procedures, if you look towards the last sentence, it states that given these rules of procedures, neither the executive branch nor the legislative branch shall be construed to have any jurisdictional powers over these rules of procedures. That means that any recommendation the executive or legislative branch makes can be listened to by the justices, but nothing they say can be set in stone if it changes or if it disagrees with the rules of procedure. So moving on to the rules of procedure, if we go to Section 1, Section 1 is defining quorum. Quorum is defined as 4 out of 6 justices. And second, a quorum is required for all official meetings and hearings. If we go to the roles of justices in Section 2, it says that exercise all powers given by the ASUCR Constitution, and that each justice must be present for the hearing if they would like to make their vote. In the case that they are not present, they must forfeit their vote. For Section 15, we go to hearings. Hearings describe how the justices should act when they are approached with a potential case. The three things, bullet points I've highlighted in particular, I believe are relevant to the past few weeks. One is meet quorum of sitting justices. Next, have had one or more concerned parties check in with the Secretary of Court prior to the opening of the hearing. And last, the hearings will be public unless otherwise stated. However, keep in mind that decisions and deliberations can be made privately as they discuss personnel. Now, we look to the emails sent by the justices summarizing their meeting with administration, the justices, the President Pro Tempore, ECAD, and the Elections Director. These were the only people present at that meeting. The justices have said that they will be handling the appeals, and if you look to the second italicized paragraph, they've stated that with the support of the ASUCR Executive Cabinet, they've determined that any remaining appeal shall be decided by the remaining 3 justices, and all appeal decisions shall be final. This is what the Executive Cabinet of ASUCR and the Elections Director okayed with them. However, if you'd like to scroll down a little bit, I'd once again like to remind you of Article 6 in the Constitution that states, once again, neither the executive branch nor the legislative branch shall be construed to have any jurisdictional power over the rules of procedures. Continuing on to the rules of procedure, it is the authority of the justices to judge the action of the branches as to its constitutionality and order the cessation of such actions that are judged to be unconstitutional. Next article. No individuals or group of individuals within any of the branches may exercise powers delegated, blah, 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 in any other branches as stated in the Constitution, which means that if one branch says something that directly infringes upon another branch, that is unconstitutional. Now, I'd like to take a turn to the legislative branch and the powers vested within the legislative branch of the Senate at large. If you look at subsection J in section 1, here appeals from any student concerning actions taken by the Senate or its subordinate boards and committees. Subordinate boards and committees include all director committees. For example, the Marketing Committee, Personnel Committee, Elections Committee, or Outreach Committee. This shall not apply in cases when the decisions of the subordinate board or committee are not constitutionally binding, which means that if that committee cannot make a decision that stands in finality, then the Senate cannot vote on it. However, in the case of all of our subcommittees, at least for directors, the directors have full jurisdiction over their office and over their proceedings. This means that if Senate deems it necessary, they can vote and arbitrate on behalf of a committee and have Senate's decision be final. Subsection K, it is also the duty of the Senate to consider matters and enact any legislation required to exercise control of student interests or activities designated to it. Now I'd like to move into the elections bylaws. We look at Article 7, Elections, Section A. The procedure for the conduct of nominations, campaign, and election shall be determined by the Senate, which means that if there is anything that changes the elections process or effectively changes the elections bylaws or procedures, that procedure has to be ratified by a majority Senate vote. Just as Senate ratifies all changes to the bylaws, they must do that if it is essentially changing the elections procedure. Now, if we juxtapose this with the role of the Chief Justice in, once again, the Justice's Rules of Procedures, it simply states that this Chief Justice shall follow the ASUCR Constitution and the Judicial Council Rules of Procedures. And, I'm sorry, I forgot something. If you can go back to the first page. Perfect. Rules of Procedures, Section 15. I actually had a little bit of difficulty deciding what section regarding cases to present to the galley and to the Senate, because I was hard pressed to find, after contacting the justices, what type of hearing the justices were hearing. To provide a little context, apparently according to the Rules of Procedures, there's 3 different types of hearings the justices can go through. 1, in Section 13, are cases. 2nd, in Section 14, are arrangements. And 3rd, in Section 15, are hearings. The elections bylaws does not specify what type of proceeding the justices must take place, and unfortunately, I don't know from the justices either what part of their own rules of procedures they decided to follow. However, I would like to note that in any situation, all of them state that they need to take the consideration of the petitioners and the consideration of the defendants and invite them to their meetings. Sorry, can we go back down to the 3rd page? I would also like to point out in bylaws, for the elections bylaws, if you'd like to scroll down to point number 3, it does say that it is the additional right of the elections director to use his or her discretion in determining solutions for matters that are not included, which means that when situational cases arises, the elections director does have authority to discern on that situation. However, this is from the bylaws. And one thing about the bylaws, and one thing about, once again, the checks and balances listed in the Rules of Procedure, is that they cannot directly contradict what the Constitution says. If the Constitution deems something unconstitutional, regardless of what the elections director says, that cannot stand. Next, I'd like to point out the email sent and that was forwarded to the public, or not, well, to at least the entire office at large, judicial email. If you see the 5 bullet points, these are the 5 points that the 3 justices have decided that they would like to recommend to the horseshoe. Maintain a fair and unbiased election, change the governing documents to solve this issue, clear any doubt about the legitimacy of the actions, call for an immediate re-polling of the candidates, and re-poll under a more strict voting procedure. Now, if we go down, once again, to the elections bylaws, it states that new elections, which shall be called when the Senate invalidates elections results due to some technical errors. Unfortunately, the justices have recommended that this course of action be taken. However, if you look at the bylaws, there has been no technical error, and this justice recommendation is once again against our procedural rules. So I would not like to urge Senate to act in one way or the other. I just think that some of these bylaws are extremely important to know, because it really, I mean, frankly, just sucks when it's he said, she said, I think this is right, I think this is right. What I'd like to do is go back to procedure. This is what the students voted on passing for our Constitution. This is what your elected student officials voted on approving for the bylaws. And this is what your judicial branch decided that these are their own self-imposed rules. So with that given in mind, I would love to see some discussion within Senate, and I would love to hear the public opinion during public comment regarding their feelings. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Next on the speakers list is Senator Blackpink.
Okay, hello everyone. So we all know, thanks to Ramin's presentation about our governing documents, although we should have read them prior, and we all know what administration has told us thus far. So I ask you that we shouldn't take our energy levels into account when we're considering this, and we shouldn't take our own personal interests into this as well. We should take into account, though, our Constitution and our responsibility as student leaders. I'd be really concerned if none of you feel we should follow our governing documents. I would then ask you to reconsider your own position. Of course, it would suit the goals of administration for us not to do anything and simply accept the outcome of these few weeks. But look at everything we've done so far. I mean, we fired 2 justices, and we knew they weren't following their own bylaws, and we made additions to the elections code in order to create a clear and fair election process just to prevent corruption. If you feel there is something that has occurred in the past few weeks that has been out of procedure, then we need to do something. But to not do anything would put all of our work in vain. Keep in mind we censured Nafi for not performing his duties or presenting the students' concerns to the So if you are concerned with what the administration thinks, I would like to ask the question if we are really autonomous. I would also like to ask the question, who are you serving, the administration or the students? If we choose to do nothing today, we are continuing the precedent that was set by Nafi Karim and proving that we are able to be strong-armed and that we are willing to silence our concerns because it is convenient and less exhausting. We represent over 17,000 students and not the administration. So if we're leaving the administration up to influence our decisions, to make us feel as though there is nothing that we can do, I guess our positions have always been symbolic and ultimately meaningless. Since when has following our authoritative figures ever made a change? And if you're worried about following the rules, I encourage you to look at your own bylaws and the Constitution we are built upon.
Next person on our speakers list is Senator Delaney Honig.
Okay, whatever. I have blockers. That was amazingly said. I can't really follow that. I'm just trying to think out loud here and, like Paulette said, kind of bring it back to the Constitution. So I think in terms of action, our whole Senate, I'm always the one, like I really am an action-oriented person. And so I think one of the first steps that we have to recognize is that that meeting last week under Section 15 that happened was completely unconstitutional. And so I think that, I don't know if it would be a motion or just my opinion, if we could just recognize that that is completely unconstitutional. Okay, so I'd like to move to officially recognize that that meeting was unconstitutional.
Judicial appeals.
The meeting, the meeting on May 10th was unconstitutional.
Which?
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
May 8th, I apologize, May 8th. Yes, the meeting with the justices that occurred.
So Thursday, the appeal meeting?
Yes.
Where they addressed
Yes, the meeting in which the justices met to discuss the appeals has been proven to not be constitutional.
Would this motion make the decisions made at that meeting unconstitutional? Okay, so then is it alright if I amend that motion? So I'm going to put another motion on the floor that the decisions made at that meeting, since that meeting was unconstitutional, that the decisions made to appeal the disqualifications is also unconstitutional.
I would for clarification, I'm not sure if Senator Delaney can answer this, but is there a difference in action between the two motions made, or are they both just recognizing that it's unconstitutional? unconstitutional and the Senate doesn't agree with it?
To my understanding, one would also include not the reversal of decisions made in the meeting, and I also would recommend that someone else make this motion besides me so that it's as unbiased as possible. If that is something that is an issue.
Point of clarification, do you withdraw your motion, sir?
I withdraw my motion and recommend it strongly.
So I would second Delaney's motion. Let's go on.
Okay. So the motion was put forward by Delaney Koenig to recognize that the decision made at the May 8th meeting by the justices is not approved by Senate, or is not recognized constitutional by Senate.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It's recognized as being unconstitutional.
Is recognized as being unconstitutional. That motion was seconded by Senator Herman Sanga. All those in favor? Senator Shaker is, okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. With a vote of 15-01, this vote passes. 14 passes. Was there another motion on the table that was recommended by Senate or Senator Shaker? Senator Can
we make another motion? Yeah, what is clarification? What exactly?
I'm sorry.
What is implied in this? I understand, declaring that as unconstitutional, the decisions that were made are decisions that were made. What is this?
Senator Delaney, go ahead. Would you like to answer that question?
I think we might be on the same wavelength, so I'm going to yield my time to Senator Jacoby.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to answer the question Trey asked right now. All right. All right. Okay. So I want to bring to light a motion after my clarification. So in section G. Is this on? Section J, I have to say. In section J, under Article 5, legislative branch, Section 1, powers of legislative branch, it says, to hear appeals from any student concerning actions taken by the Senate or its subordinate boards and committees with the authority to take appropriate action. This shall not apply in cases when the decisions of the subordinate board or committee are not constitutionally binding. Consider matters when enacting legislation required to exercise control of student interests and activities that are designated to it. So with that being said, I move to authorize this Senate, as is given as legislative right in these bylaws, to review and vote on the appeals from the appeals That's the motion that was made.
Okay, Jackie, could you repeat that again, just for minutes?
I move to authorize this Senate, as is given as legislative right within the Constitution, to review and vote on the appeals from the appeals listened to unconstitutionally and arbitrate them on behalf of the Elections Committee.
Okay, seconded by Senator Delaney. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. With a vote of 11-1-4, this motion passes. Okay, Senator Jackie Jacoby, since you made the motion, is there a time that you would prefer for this action or the motion to take place?
As soon as possible. Closed session. Closed session.
Okay.
Stephanie. Would the Senate need the appeals to handle that? Because I don't have them.
I don't have the appeals, the judicial council does, so if you're now deciding upon the appeals, wouldn't you physically need them from judicial council?
Yeah, they're never here, so.
Wait, I think like as I stated in the bylaws, our don't violation reports go to you and the appeal reports go to you.
The appeals that the Senate is saying they want to discuss are appeals that the judicial council physically has possession over at the moment. Those were the appeals that they decided upon during the meeting that you just deemed unconstitutional. So for Senate to decide upon them, you would have to have those. I don't have those at the moment.
But they have a report.
But they exist.
Right? The appeals.
I have their verdicts. I don't have the evidence or testimonies or anything like that.
To my understanding, we have asked, there have been emails and people asking for these appeals, and so due to that, we should have had them previously, and so the fact that we don't have them, and now that there's a public notification that we need those, and there was a motion that was approved, judicial should give us the appeals, and if they don't, then there may be other questions for that.
Next person on the speakers list is Senator Sylvia.
To my understanding, as far as the violations and appeals go, judicial is given now 15 days to hand over those appeals. Otherwise, they would be looking into administration tank, or not administration so much, but Lori would So basically, if they do fail to hang over those appeals, they would receive disciplinary conduct and there would be consequences.
Next on the speakers list is President Betancourt Devin Plaza.
I withdraw.
Next on the speakers list is Senator Summer Schaefer.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to clarify what Sylvia was saying. So for them not to give us the appeals, it would be an obstruction of Senate's duties. So we would not be able to function in the way that we had decided tonight, which would be an obstruction of our duties, and so therefore student conduct would have to get involved if they don't give us the appeals in 15 days. That was just to clarify what Sylvia said.
Okay, with no further speakers on the speakers list. Oh, sorry.
I just need a point of personal privilege emergency.
Are there any other speakers? Next item on our agenda is collaboration. Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Hello, friends. Hi, with changing gears entirely here to a different topic, a different problem. And so I'm going to start off by saying that this particular problem, I'm sorry. I'm going to be addressing homelessness amongst college students, and first and foremost, I want to address the fact that I have not personally been affected by this problem. I recognize wholeheartedly my inherent privileges that not every person has. But being inherently privileged doesn't necessarily make you unqualified to try and create change, to try and advocate on behalf of those who don't have those privileges like you do. So, last week, the first time in my 4 years at UCR, I interacted with students from UCR who were homeless. I walked past them on the way to class, and they were in their car in the back seat, huddled together for warmth, sleeping. This was around 6:30 in the morning. When I walked back from my class around 8:30 a.m. to my car, they were brushing their teeth in their car, they were making breakfast. It was clear that this had become their shelter, and that is really, really not okay. And that has to change right now. And so I'm calling for ASUCR and the whole university as a whole, to try and begin really combating this problem by either creating a task force, a committee, a council, an organization, or a safe space, something, because these students need a place to go, need someone to talk to about this issue. I know it's probably a pretty private thing, not everyone wants to admit to and discuss openly, and so I think that our university, ASUCR, should acknowledge these students and work hard to try and create a safe space for them and to advocate on their behalf. In addition to this, in regard to the collaboration thing, I'm willing to have any person here in the Senate, anyone on campus, try and collaborate with me on this issue, and to also hopefully incorporate the art closet, the new kind of branch or idea of the art pantry, which is like basically a clothing version of the art closet, to try and get these two together and really advocate on behalf of these people. So that's my collaboration, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Susan Allen Ortega.
I just want to answer your conversation to the fact that we do have a resource now that that we become aware of the homeless, and that's our researchers. And so if you know who they are and would be interested in joining that resource,
Yeah,
would work with them to find temporary housing resources through all of these.
Was there anything else that you wanted to add to your collaboration, or did that conclude your presentation?
Open-ended, yeah, so collectively also. Because I was like part of this.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Chair. Yes, okay, so with the art closet, I wanted to also shed light on what happened last week. I made that sound like something bad happened last week. Something great happened last week. We had an empty run and it was very successful. Not only did we accomplish a body empowerment activity, but over 300 students came and donated their clothes to help with the foundation of our closet and to donate to our community as well, which was awesome. So with this, we actually are creating some legislation this week that we are going to submit to LRC on the art closet and its foundation. It's going to be like the first of its kind. From my research, no other UC has a closet for students who can't afford clothing, and I think it would be great to have it start here. I know that Berkeley is very good at starting with initiatives, but this could be like UCR, maybe Berkeley's gonna follow us. That'd be really cool. Also with this, if any of the senators can help Jackie and I with verbiage and with data, that would be great. We know that there's a lot of homeless students. We know there's a lot of students that can't afford clothing, but if we can all come together and figure out those numbers and put it into words, that would be amazing. Also, I want to get the LGBTQ Resource Center involved because a lot of students who come out to their parents are kicked out of their homes shortly after, and I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with Out of the Closet thrift store in Hollywood, but that is one of their goals is to help individuals who have come out to the closet, to their family who have been kicked out. It helps provide them with clothes and it helps them with that resource as well. I'm sure someone else knows more information on that, but that's what I know of it. So if we can create something that combines both aspects for homeless students and for homeless students who have come out of the closet to their families, a resource of clothing, that would be amazing. We want to get this legislation submitted by this Friday so we can start it up and have this established by the end of the quarter. So that way the next Senate, whoever that may be, can take it over. Thank you.
Okay, we'll proceed with our speakers list. First is Senator Summer-Schaefer.
Yeah, I'd love to work with you all on this and help with any verbiage or anything with the legislation. Also, I was going to touch on a couple things since we're asking in words. I know that there's SHARP that works on homelessness. I also know that there's an off-campus center. I don't remember the exact name, but I can probably that out for you. One other thing I wanted to mention for this, I was thinking about it since Jackie emailed all of us into that. Is that I recently became aware of some legislation called the Right to Rest Act, which is a piece of legislation going to California just recently that it allows, currently right now, a lot of arrests
have taken place for individuals that are homeless, that are staying or sitting in public places in which people don't want them to be, so they are arrested for that, which also feeds into the prison industrial complex. There's other areas of shame. So to fight that, there's the Right to Rest Act, so if we incorporate that somehow in the legislation or support that by doing or whatever, I think that'd be really great as well as another form of advocating for this. But it affects students a lot.
Next on the speakers list is Senator Delaney Bennett.
I was wondering if it could be helpful maybe, like I know Susan mentioned the case managers, and they're really helpful. I worked with them before, but I know there's a bit of a stigma surrounding going to them on occasion. So if we could set up either a website or a hotline that they could anonymously contact a case manager. I know there's the email the dean thing, and so maybe we could do like a combination of that. And I'd love to work with all of you as well, so keep me informed.
Yes. I just wanted to call attention to the fact that there actually is a website that has some security resources on it, and it's connected to the case manager. So another thing that I would like you all to do is look at that and make some suggestions for where you want to link it and also how you want to augment it. But if you're having this website,
thank you.
Senator Happy.
Can I make a motion for the Senate to be in support of the Our Closet initiative and promise to work towards combating homelessness on campus?
Okay, there was a motion by Senator Jackie Jacoby to support the Our Closet and to help work to combat homelessness on campus. Can I get a second? Deborah Plaza?
I think for the sake of like how we normally do everything, this should be a resolution that we vote on.
Okay. Point of clarification.
Yeah.
I think it's just working together on creating this legislation. That's what she's motioning. Not,
okay.
but yeah,
Like,
we can do that.
Could we motion to start a committee for it?
Yeah, kind of. That's what the legislation would do.
Oh, okay.
She's just saying, let's all work together to get this legislation through.
All right.
Yeah? Yeah.
Okay, there's a second by Senator Summer Schaefer. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain? With a vote of 16-0-0, this motion passes. Senator Jackie Jacoby, does that conclude your collaboration report?
It does.
Okay, thank you. Next item that we have on the list is public comment. I would like to ask that there be a 3-minute limit and a 15-minute maximum for all of public comments, and the Senate has the option to extend that time if necessary. So please come forward and address the Senate and myself. And also please say your name.
Hello, okay. Hi, my name is Kimberly Wallace. For the homelessness, I do think that something that should happen is something that ASUCR and UCR can collaborate with is on educating students on ways to approach a student they see that is homeless so that way they can go out and help them. So with educating them on resources, facts, information that's out there, that way our students on the campus can be aware on how to combat this issue. So thank you.
My name is Kiva, first. I know someone named Joshua King. He was homeless for 3 years at Everton Cook, and he started a foundation. Basically, he was crowned Martin Luther King because he was homeless for 3 years on campus, never asked anyone for help. It wasn't until his senior year in college that he was actually able to help. So he has an article that just came out, From Homeless to Congress. I met him on Capitol Hill last year, and I'd be more than welcome to hook you guys up because he started a lot of initiatives on the East Coast, down south, and on the West Coast. So I wanted to bring something up. I was really late, and it was about Constitution Amendment number 2.
As a transfer student and non-traditional student, I was really kind of taken back that there's no specific specification on the person who's going to hold the position actually being a non-traditional or a transfer student. As someone who is in this position, I do not feel that a traditional student was going to be able to actually understand our struggles and our issues, because you do not understand those because you never went through them. I would like for Senate to actually go back and deliberate on something that is going to amend that Constitution, because I actually spoke to Senate King Brown about this recently, because it is something that in our community, traditional students do not understand what it means to be a transfer student or a non-traditional student. You do not know what it means to transfer here, have children, be a veteran, or any of those things that fall under those guidelines. And to us, it is very important that whoever holds that position is someone who is representing us because they are from our community.
And there was a hand, President Pro Tem for them also.
Hi, Kiva. Just to clarify, everything that's going on with like the transfer director, I've been working with Taylor and Francisco and the task force, and we're working on like the specific bylaws for that position. And I think in there it'll specify that this person should come from one of those communities.
I don't think it should be a should, it should be a must.
Yeah.
Should and must, two different things. Because I'm just saying that I'm not trying to be, aggressive right now. But as a transfer student, during this whole time of elections, a lot of transfer students didn't even know what the hell was going on. And as a transfer student, I pushed myself to be involved because we're not accepted into the UCR community right away. And neither are non-traditional students. And a lot of times we don't feel that love because you guys cannot empathize with us. You guys do not know how to sympathize with us. And you don't see it from the lenses that we see. And so to me, not going to be here next year and being a mentor to a lot of transfer students, it's very important to them and us going forth that we have the proper representation and that it's understood across the board and not just in one aspect. We want to feel a part of the community because we make up a big population of the UCR community here, and we should just always feel inclusive. And I don't feel like that the Constitution Amendment is making us feel inclusive right now.
I think the actual amendment is just like adding it, and then the duties and everything, and like how that person, like the qualifications for that person will be outlined specifically in the bylaws, and that's what we're working on before the end of the year, before like special elections take place or before judicial appoints this person. So that will all be dealt with, and we can talk about it and go through what we have so far and like how we can work through it. Because I was at the task force meeting yesterday, and they all kind of put in their input as well. So I'd be happy to get more input. Thank you.
And Jackie, I'd be happy to send over his stuff to you.
Just like your contact information and stuff.
You have 3 minutes?
Hi everyone, I'm Jordan. I want to thank you all for the work that you did here tonight. But moving beyond all the election stuff, I want to thank you for not forgetting about the students of this community, for working on issues of homelessness, for working on issues of food security. Because once elections are done and over with, which they will be in the next 4 weeks or whatever, there's still going to be these issues of food security, there's still going to be these issues of homelessness that need to be addressed. And I'm really appreciative of the fact that regardless of this drama, regardless of this political tension, that you are doing that. And I want to be a part of this. I want to make sure that this is successful. So if you could reach out to me, I can give you my contact information, whatever, you know me, Jackie. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Annette Diaz. I kind of have this idea when you guys were talking about the stuff in homelessness and the art pantry and the art closet. What if we have some kind of rummage sale for the entire school towards the end of the year? Because I know a lot of students are moving, and any of the stuff, students can have extra cash in their pocket towards the end of the year, and then whatever stuff we don't sell, we can donate to, say, art closet and food pantry, and we used to have to, support these homeless students.
Yeah.
Senator King, do you have a comment?
Yes. I was doing some research on that, and actually UC Berkeley has something similar to that sort, where they sell everyone who's moving out, provides their furniture, and provides like all the clothes that they have. You're running away.
Oh.
Sorry, what? No, it's fine. I just want to feel like I'm talking to someone. But UC Berkeley definitely has something like that. But would you be down to work with us?
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Could you provide I got you.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicola Callis, and it's not a big idea, but for the homeless issue, I was thinking in the student store, why don't we have like those little containers where you can donate like 5 cents, 25 cents, whatever you have, like spare change, so you can still have a little bit of extra money.
Okay, so I've been working with Ravine, the marketing director, and we're actually going to create like a wave of like advertisements about donations and things of that sort. So monetary things would also be awesome. So I think rather than just a can of like people putting in coins, were you like thinking that it should be everywhere on campus?
Yeah, like different areas.
Like kind of like Salvation Army without the Santa? Yes.
So I just wanted to let you know that the case centers actually has now, this is the third year that we have every November awareness month to a change for change campaign. And Diane has put little boxes like they have at Panera. And all the money goes to do food cards or students in the dining hall. So this is something to dining and they're going to make it a year-round program. So we would love to participate in that.
Yeah, I would just close the public comment speakers list after Arlene.
Okay, there was a motion by external vice president to close the speakers list out as it stands. All those in favor, or sorry, is there a second? Second by acting president Fernando Chavarria. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. With a vote of 14-2-0, this motion passes.
Hi, I actually worked really closely with the homeless for quite a bit of my life, so I do want to get involved with that. Another thing, I just wanted to thank you guys for the motion that you did. I reread the Constitution so many times on that particular part, so thank you so much for that, and that's it.
Thank you. Okay, next item on our agenda is roundtable with announcements. I'll start from across my way with Senator Medea Jamal. For all of those who aren't aware, if you don't have any announcements to make, then you can just say pass. This is the time where you can talk about any initiatives that you have or updates about things pertaining to ASUCR.
I just want to say thank you for letting me on board. It's really nice to stay, and then I will be posting my office hours on my system. I just want to know that it is open from 8 to 5. I'll let you guys know my email. If you're going to come to me afterward, go ahead and let me know so I know I'm there for you. Even though I'm here for like 2 weeks, I'm going to be on like the committee, so I do want to set a platform for you guys to reach here. So let me know.
So most of the announcements, I'm really proud of my next position. I know they're not here right now, but they're really doing well with that position. So I'm really pushing for, he had mentioned for those that's not. I always push for ASUCR to make a softball team or a bowling team or a dodgeball team or anything. But I really highly encourage everyone on the course sheet to make a possible softball team. Just want to put it out there that my team got second place. But the only reason that we lost was because the alumni won. So technically we're first place team. But I have 2 different announcements. So one was regarding the fact that I have mentioned, worker intimidation it was a few meetings ago. So there's been a lot of organizing around that. So this Tuesday from 12 to 1 at the Bell Tower, we're going to have a rally for ethical and respectful workplaces for campus service workers. And there's a petition going around
So if you all can sign that, if you know feel that it's important that our workers on campus have ethical and respectable workplaces. But another thing, it was actually just sent to me. I'm not sure. I'm not affiliated, but someone had requested that I make this announcement because of the fact that they did come to me and hope to get funding for an outreach event, but based on the fact that it's not held on campus, there's other different requirements, I'm not able to fund it. I can support them and encourage people to attend. So I believe it's Saturday, May 16th. Is that the right date?
No,
Yeah.
16th is Saturday.
Excuse me?
16th is Saturday.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so Saturday, May 16th, from 12 to 5, New Alpha Kappa is having an outreach event. It's nap time. So that's something that they had came into ASUCR hoping to get funds, and I let them know, the basic bylaws and procedures, and unfortunately we cannot fund it just because of the fact that in my bylaws it states that I can only fund events that are for middle school, high school, and transfer students, and they specifically have to promote higher education and beyond campus. So those are the three things that they didn't meet requirements. But I do want to encourage anyone, if they're able to attend, to possibly volunteer. It is still an outreach event. It is open to the community, open to students. It does target younger generations or younger kids. But I would encourage, all UCR students to participate. And if you wanted any information, I can guide you to those individuals that are hosting the event. But yeah, thanks. Good luck on midterms or second round midterms.
I won't sound repetitive, but I just want to mention again that the Transfer Community Lounge event has been rescheduled for next Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. So if you can sign up for the Senate meeting, please go to that. Just as well, the mental health workshop will be on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m. and on Thursday at 1 p.m. at the Bear Center. So there are going to be two of them as next week as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you to everyone for coming out and sticking around, just wanted to say really fast that Mel's Piano is coming on Acres Flash on Saturday, April 16th from 11:30 to 4 p.m. Tickets are $5 pre-sale, $7 at the door, and all proceeds go towards Service for Sight and more specifically the Lions Sports Center here in Riverside, so please come support it.
Pass.
I talked to the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs briefly today about getting the gong fixed in the bell tower. So we're on that.
Yay!
So he told me you would look into that and get back to me. So.
Hi everyone. So Senator Herman Sanga and I are initiating a lab coat rental program for RJC and AS students because students enrolled in Gen Chem and OChem labs are required to wear these lab coats. And the coats cost $34.98. So we realized that this could be an issue that affects students. Though it is largely a CNAS college-specific issue, it doesn't exclusively have to be just the CNAS senators working on it. So we welcome all senators.
Pass. 2 mics. Okay, hi everyone. So one of the things that I want to work on next is actually something that someone put on one of those, no offense, stupid, but UCR confessions. So I want to get the MSC bathroom locks fixed, and I want to, in general, make a lot of the bathrooms a little bit nicer and more secure. I know the ladies' restrooms are pretty gross sometimes, and it's not very secure. So if any senators want to work with me on that, please contact me. All right, me and John are taking on the bathrooms, so we got you. Oh, perfect.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for coming out and staying for the whole meeting. I know it's not easy, especially week 7. So thank you for coming out and supporting. It shows how truly dedicated you guys are to this school. Thank you.
Hello everybody, State Student Association is going to be holding their quarterly Turpin Day next week on May 20th. So we'll be at the bell tower from 8 in the morning until 5 p.m., probably later. And anybody, everybody, regardless of your race, ethnicity, your gender, your sexual orientation, is more than encouraged to come out and try on a turban. You can wear it for the whole day. And then at During the Senate meeting that day, Sikh Student Association and myself have co-authored a resolution to recognize the Sikh genocide. So we want your support there. Thank you.
Pass. I encourage everyone here in the room to attend two philanthropies this week. The first one is Visitor Alpha Mega this Thursday and Delta Gamma Extra Splash this Saturday. Also, if you do not have one of these wristbands yet, I encourage you all to buy ones in the fall. SAF, other than that, that's it for me.
Yeah, just one announcement. So you should have received in your emails applications to become a justice, and so we're still working out logistically how it'll work out because a lot of it will also depend on the third-party review of whether the 2 justices were removed correctly or not. But once we get that, we are still going to be moving forward with appointing at least one person for the remainder of the year so that the justices can finish out their business this year, which includes appointing the Vice President of Finance and the Election Director for next year. And so I really encourage everybody to apply, and those applications are due by Monday, by this coming Monday at midnight.
Updates. So the bylaws, I mentioned the last meeting that the bylaws for the Association of Chances Committee on Sexual Assault and Sexual Prevention would be done today, and I just wanted to address the fact that they weren't and be transparent with you all why. We're going to be going through and adding specific details on the actual positions so that it's as thorough as possible. So I just wanted to address that. Also, we're creating bylaws for a student advisory council to accumulate all different organizations that are working on this issue and have it student-based. So if any of you want to collaborate with me on that, feel free. I also wanted to encourage everyone to go to the water wars that Calgary's been working on. They have one of those events coming up. And I also wanted to encourage everyone. I'm really happy to see how much engagement there was tonight. I'm really hoping that this engagement stays and that you all are, come on to other things that we're working on that we can really build the student power to use for the other movements that we're working on. I encourage you all to sign the petition for Youth Senate if you haven't already, and other movements like fighting against the tuition hikes, fighting against the federal budget proposal, and tax and student fees. So, yeah.
Everyone, once again, Trevor, thank you for mentioning our fundraiser. In case you don't know, SAF is doing a fundraiser to continue our ongoing efforts to help the relief funds in Nepal. They are $5. Steve has them right there. We take cash and we take Venmo, so we need that. Once again, the wristbands have been donated for, so the entire $5 will go straight to the relief efforts. In addition, SAF had their Respect the Baby photo campaign today. It was super successful, minus the sprinklers occasionally and sending water our way. But that's all right. Priscilla has a good gown. She came by and learned about it, so thank you so much for coming out. And yeah, please buy a wristband. Thank you.
So considering the fact that elections have been a large point of contention, if you haven't noticed, if anyone has any ideas or concerns about the election bylaws, I really strongly encourage you to come talk to me or any members of the elections committee. We are responsible for reviewing the elections code and possibly changing it for the remainder of this year. So if you have anything that you think should be changed or added or removed, please come talk to me. You can email me at ASUCRelections or at ucr.edu. I'm also in my office for a minimum of 5 hours a day, so please stop in and talk to me if you have any concerns about the elections code. Thank you.
Pass. Hey everyone, I just wanted to make a few announcements about things that I worked on as the acting EP. I am working on the end of the year banquet and plan to have reservations made by the end of this week. The transition retreat is something that Stephanie and I have been talking about, and I will give you all more information about that as soon as it's planned. And for all of you that don't know, I'm sorry, the transition retreat is for the Senate-elect to be sworn into office so that they can operate accordingly to the bylaws and the Constitution. I have sent out a doodle poll for one-on-ones for all the senators. Thank you to all of those senators who have been responsive. There's been a number of you, and I'll extend that invitation to our new senators that are sitting with us. I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier, but if you couldn't tell, I'm a little flustered today. But I do want to congratulate Senator Medea Jamal and Senator Sylvia Abdin-Moore. They were awesome in their responses. They got back to me immediately, and although there are only a few more weeks left within this quarter, they maintained interest throughout the entire year and were super adamant about serving the student body, even with the minimal time that they had left that most senators used to transition into their positions at the beginning of this year. So if you all would like, I definitely encourage you to give them a round of applause. And I also want you all to know that any member within the office is more than willing to help you all with the transition or whatever initiatives that you have in mind, or any clarification that you have about any matter. And I do want to thank Ashley Hirano for being so proactive in reaching out to you all about the committee placements. That will be something that will take place soon. So just another thing to add to your plate of being overwhelmed. Thank you all.
Hi everyone, I have a few announcements. My first are for the Associated Students Chancellors Committee on Sexual Harassment and Sexual Violence Prevention. Just for the sake of it being a long name, I'm just going to call it ASK for the rest of my announcement, ASK, ASCC. So the first thing, I'm just reflecting what Summer said, we're going to be finishing our bylaws tomorrow afternoon and sending them to President Pro Tempore Devin Plaza before Friday. The second thing is we decided in collaboration with the Title IX office to put on one more event or one more program. And so what we decided to do is to create recovery bags for survivors of sexual assault. And those will be donated to, I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's the Rape Crisis Center in Riverside. So those are my two announcements for ASK. And then just an announcement for personnel. As we're reaching the end of the quarter, please expect an email from me, both to the senators and to the students who sit on committees. This will be an email asking how your placement was and also how your experience with the personnel director and the personnel committee was. Thank you.
Okay, so first I want to thank you all for voting for the divestment from Turkey. That was amazing. Thank you for the standing vote. Also, our closet, we brought it up earlier, but I just want to encourage you all that to help us with the legislation, we're going to be submitting it this Friday. Yes. So last week there was a concern that this individual did not want County Run to be a tradition. But I strongly hope that it does. I hope that body empowerment becomes a tradition on this campus. I hope that tackling homelessness becomes a tradition on this campus. And I hope that helping out the Riverside community becomes a tradition on campus. So I hope also that the MG Run is not taken as a way to, people should walk naked on this campus. Why not? We should not be in fear of sexual harassment on this campus by what we wear. So if people are concerned about, our appropriateness of dress, or people are concerned that we're not wearing enough clothes, I'd like them to reconsider their values and if they even value their own body as well. So with that being said, I hope the empty run becomes a tradition. It was great last week, and I hope we can do it every quarter in the future, and I hope we can start off slow by every year. So that's us all.
Hello, friends. I'm once again echoing the sentiments of Colette King regarding the Onion Run. I think it was so successful. We had 300 plus students come out there, lots of great music, dozens of bags of clothes. It was wonderful, really great success. So next year's Senate, whoever that may be, please do it again. Students want to bring it back. They really do, so please bring it back next year. Echoing what Isla said and what Traylon said regarding the pantry this week. Anchor Splash is this Saturday. Go Team Tampa. I'm so sorry, guys. Come out, it's only 11:30 to 4 o'clock. Go Team Peppa. 4 o'clock, tickets are, like Ali said, $5 for myself, $7 at the door. There's a Carl's Jr. food truck there. We're gonna have tank tops. It's gonna be a great fun day, so come on out and have a great time. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you all. Next item on our agenda is closed session. Normally, we would have closed session in the space that we meet in, but because of all of the people here in the space, we will be reconvening and meeting as soon as we conclude our closed session.
Did I buy a bracelet?
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. Sorry.
They're like